Should I fix the camera? Okay.
How does this work? Hello?
Hello?
They can or they can't?
Good morning, I'm here, but I can't, can somebody let me in the screen?
I can't see anything. The screen is black.
I know.
Okay, I see something.
I'm right here. Okay, move back in.
There we go.
Leave me alone. Okay. Do we have all board members present?
Brian Baltazar present.
Kathy Ditzler present.
Board Member Douglas
Harris.
present.
Board Member Harris present.
Okay.
Board Member Douglas present.
Can I begin?
Yeah, you have a quorum, you're good.
Okay, can you guys hear me good?
I can hear you.
Okay, awesome. Good morning. Welcome to the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology Board meeting. Today is July 11th, 2020. The time is 9:03. I would like to have a roll call with all board members, please.
Board Member Douglas here.
Board Member
Brian-
Ditzler here.
All right, Brian Baltazar present.
Board Member Harris here.
Okay, thank you so much. Can I have roll call with staff from the South?
Hi,
Staff only, staff from the South.
Leah Easter present.
Bertha Jackson present.
Janie Huggins present.
Pamela Fitzgerald present.
Dana Lopez present.
Michelle Fanning, inspector present.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Board members, staff members from the North.
Rodney Moore, Inspector present.
Okay, good morning. The mission of the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology is to protect the public health, safety and welfare of those that obtain cosmetology related services through the delivery of quality testing, licensing, inspection, and education services that focus on consumer protection. Do we have any comments from the general public? Comments shall be limited to 3 minutes, and the items can be published on this agenda or not on the agenda. Do we have any public comment before we start the meeting? If there's public comment, this is the time before we move forward to express your comments, limited to 3 minutes. You can just state your name, first and last name. No comments?
Can I ask, what exactly do you mean by comments?
Well, the comment is if you have anything that you would like to say to the board, you have 3 minutes to say it, but if it's pertaining to your petition, then you can wait till we get to the petition. But if it's something that you wanted to maybe possibly discuss for maybe future items, what you would like to see, or anything that you would kind of want to say, but we will still have to hear if you have a petition.
Am I allowed to ask a question?
We can't answer a question.
Okay, well then I'll wait.
Okay, you can ask the question during the petition.
Okay.
Okay.
This is Laura Embleton. I'm the National Government Relations Director for Associated Skincare Professionals, and I have some concerns about the lack of grandfathering in Senate Bill 291 that passed last year, and would like to kind of address that in the upcoming legislative session. I don't think that's on your agenda today, so I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I am still working through all of the testing, but you will receive an email from us from notification at MV Cosmo for the link to pay, or you can stop in the office to pay.
Okay, so you're asking the question about how do you pay for testing? Can you repeat your name and that question, please?
Gwen, I think that was a personal call that somebody was taking.
Oh, okay.
Comment.
Okay. Any other questions, comment, or concerns before we move forward? Okay. Agenda item number D is approval of minutes from the previous meeting for discussion of possible action for the board to approve the minutes from May 23rd, 2022 meeting. Do we have any questions or concerns before I call for a motion, please? No questions about the previous minutes? Can I get a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to accept the minutes from May 23rd, 2022.
Brian Baltazar. Oh. Go on, Anita.
This is Board Member Douglas. I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank
Any
you, Brian.
opposed? Motion carries. I would like to get us, we're gonna just kind of step out of our ordinary order today. And we are going to go down to, we want to hear this one first before we start. It is, I should have wrote it down, but I have to go way back. Agenda item number 3, to review the modifications to separation agreement for former director Landry. I would like to move that up to this this item that we will hear presently. Okay, so can we hear from our Deputy Attorney General, please?
I just want to make sure first that, and this is Deputy Attorney General Chrissy Harris for the record. Just want to make sure that it's all queued up and all board members have. Okay. I just have the confirmation that the revised agreement was emailed to all board members. So I just want confirmation that everybody has it, just to review.
So can we take like a minute and review, and can we, there was just minor changes that was made?
So the main changes to the separation agreement fall on page 2, paragraph 5, as well as also on page 2, paragraph 6. And the last change is on page 6, paragraph 24.
Any questions or comments or concerns from any board members? Everybody has the document and able to review it?
Well, you can ask questions. Okay. We're trying to keep it confidential.
Is there any board member that does not have the document?
And just for just to anticipate any questions that might pop up, this operates as a counter. So as is drafted right now, it is approved by Mr. Landry, but it's only subject to final approval by the board. And so paragraph 5, 6, and on page 2 and paragraph 24 on page 6 are the only main changes. Based on how this structure is set out, this is also approved as to form and content, by our office as well. We've also checked with our CFO with how the structure is set out. The interest of the board is still maintained as well. And the form is still proper, and we don't see any issues as to how it's drafted based on the counter.
Okay, we have a board member with a question or concern. Can we hear from Balthazar, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is pertaining to the delicate nature of this particular issue. Is this document that was provided to the board members? This is only provided to the board members or is it made available to the public as well? I just want to make sure I understand the parameters of how we're operating.
It is only provided to the board members as it is a separation agreement and not a settlement agreement. It would not be disseminated to the public at this time.
Okay, thank you.
And moreover, it is pursuant to, as you'll see on paragraph 24, that kind of goes into detail as to documents of this nature, why it's being kept confidential.
I don't have any questions or concern regarding the document. Any other questions or concerns from any of the board members? Have you had the opportunity to review it? The changes that were the modifications? If so, at this time, I would like to call for a motion, please.
Member Ditzler, I'll make a motion to accept the separation agreement and as presented to the board.
Thank you. Can I get a second, please?
This Board Member Douglas, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. The next agenda item, we will go to back up to complaints. Nevada State Board of Cosmetology versus Anthony, is it Currer? ST 104626. Did I pronounce that right? Is there Anthony Currer here today? Calling once, calling twice. Anthony Currer Jr., ST 104626. Can I make a comment, Attorney General?
Yes.
With this particular complaint, I believe that this was a petitioner that came before the board. Am I correct?
That is correct.
And I'm confused about what we're petitioning. Can I get some more can I hear from Ms. Lee, our interim director? Because I was confused why I seen this again.
Sure. So these 3 complaints were on your agenda last time as petitions. And you were directed, because you can't levy a citation from a petition, we were asked to have a formal complaint drawn up. So now you have the ability to levy a citation if you'd like to, and then also give them the ability to retest. These 3 individuals all admitted to or were found cheating on the theory exam. So that's why you're seeing them a second time. So at this point now, you have the ability to give a fine if you choose, and give them the ability to retest if you choose.
I thought, and correct me if I'm wrong, I thought the board had already imposed a fine.
Not for these, not in this case.
So I would like the board to take a look at this petitioner's complaint. And I would like for us to, it's unfortunately that the person's not here today to speak to the board, but if you read through the complaint and you looked at what the complaint was and what his petition is, then you would be able to kind of see where I think the board just needs to make a decision on it. Was the decision for him to be able to retest again, or do we have to assess the fine and then allow him to retest? I can't remember the whole what all surrounded this particular petition.
Yeah, it's been the pattern of the board in former petitions and complaints to levy. I believe it's been consistently a $2,000 fine, and once paid, the party may then retest for his or her exam. And of course, legal fees are due in the matter because we had to pay our attorney general to put the complaint together. So typically it's been $2,000 fine plus fees, and then the party may retest. That's how it's been in the past. You can obviously deviate from that.
So where did we come up with can I ask a question too? Where did we come up with the $2,000 amount?
The law gives you that up to a $2,000 fine. You couldn't go any higher than that. You could go lower than that though if you choose.
In this somewhere.
That's pursuant to NRS 644A 850 subsection 2D.
It's on the I.
So what would it look like with the fees for, what is like the total price of the fees, additional fees?
Well, according to this, it says that it's got up to 2,000 on that too, a fine of 2,000 for administrative fine.
Yes, an administrative fine up to 2,000.
On the actual offense itself, the board can impose an administrative fine up to $2,000 for each violation of the NRS 644A for a total administrative fine of $2,000. And then the costs is separate, which I'm not sure what those are.
Costs are typically are obviously actual in this case. It's only what Dag Harris actually incurred. And I believe we get those 15 days following the meeting. And at that time, we give that information to the complaining party. So we don't know the exact number of the actual fees in this case at this time.
Okay, so can we do this? Can the board actually vote on first to file the formal complaint? And then once we vote on the formal complaint and that's been established, can we at that time assess the fines? Because we have to do 2 votes, right?
Well, the complaint is before you right now. So the complaint has been filed. So in this case, you would establish the fine by vote. You could do that right now.
What was the last fine? I know we were imposing fines in the past. What was the fine? Because there was a couple petitioners that came before the board for the same issue. What was the fine that was imposed by prior board members?
$2,000 plus cost.
And it has to be paid before they contest.
That's up to you. That's what you've included, you typically.
When we can make it to where they can test, but they can't get their license till the fine is paid. That way everything's fresh in their minds.
I agree. Okay, well, somebody can, let's okay, have all the board members had the opportunity to read the petitioner's complaint?
This is Board Member Douglas. Could I ask a question?
Yes, you can.
Is it possible he can go to a refresher course? Because he's taken the test 9 times and failed. So it's kind of like saying that he probably just thinking he can just pass the test without even studying, because he don't seem like he took anything in as far as theory.
Well, maybe he can go back to the institution where he attended to see what they have to offer for that. But okay. I don't know if it's like perfectly legal for us to request that. Attorney Dag, can you help us with that?
I believe that's quite different than what the board has accustomed to doing. It's usually just whether or not he has the ability to test, the board deciphers that, and then what the fine is, the board imposes that. That's how I've usually seen these items addressed previously.
Okay.
Okay,
that's fine with me. Okay, so since this is something that we've already this came before us in the past, is this particular petitioner did come before us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I would like to call for a motion, please.
This is Board Member Douglas. I would like to make a motion to uphold his, I guess, fine for ST-104626. And is the fine $2,000?
Plus administrative costs.
Okay.
Brian Baltazar, I second that.
Okay, before we finalize that motion, can we just make it one whole motion where the board upholds the fine, and the individual can test and will not receive license until the fine is paid.
Okay, I'll correct it. This is Board Member Douglas. I would like to uphold his fine for the $2,000 prior to him taking the test or receiving his license for ST-104626.
Can I get a second?
And Baltazar, a second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item number 2, the Nevada State Board versus Evelyn Fernandez, S21-02671. Complainant Fernandez, are you here this morning?
Yes, I am here, Evelyn Orozco Fernandez.
Okay, good morning. Can we swear you in, please?
Good morning, yes.
Ms. Fernandez, do you swear to tell the whole truth in your testimony today?
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
You can go right ahead and speak to the board.
Good morning, you guys. To my understanding, this is my second petition with you guys. I contacted the Nevada State Board just to see what the second one was for, and they just told me that I was gonna hear you guys out today.
Oh, so you've already just admitted to what actually happened?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And board members, Ms. Fernandez is the same position as Mr. Cutterer. It's the same cause of action here, just so you're aware.
Meaning, I'm so sorry, I don't understand.
You were also found with the phone during your theory exam, correct, Ms. Fernandez?
Yes.
Yep, okay. I'm just confirming that you and the first complaint they heard have the same, he was also cheating on his theory exam.
Hypothetically, yes. Like I said last time, just to refresh on everybody's, I wasn't caught actively on my phone. I was just caught with my phone inside the testing area. With that knowing, yes, it does include me cheating, but.
Do we have photos of that incident with Evelyn Fernandez?
Yes.
Can we take a look at it, board staff?
Yeah, we're gonna see if we can pull them up. I believe they
Okay.
were included in last meeting, but they're probably also part of this packet.
I have one in front of me, so. Exhibit 2.
We were just, the board needs to see if he was actually just had the phone or on the phone. I think all board members need to take a look at that before they make a vote.
This is Board Member Douglas. I have a question for Evelyn.
Yes.
Evelyn, if you knew you're not supposed to have your phone as far as on person while you're testing, why did you have your phone with you?
Yes, and I also confessed myself last petition as well. So just to re-update you guys, I have a grandmother that is very handicapped right now. So she is under a wheelchair with one limb. And at the time she was doing dialysis. I am the only grandchild that doesn't have kids and helps her with I'm her caregiver when available. And I have made that up to 90% of my time. I went in there knowing I wasn't supposed to have my phone, but I still did just in case for whatever reason. That's why I'm confessing and I'm admitting to everything. I'm willing to pay the fine and kind of just move on with this because I do urgently want to get my license and want to move on with my life. I know it's a mistake that I made and can't take things back, but here we are today.
Thank you for your honesty.
So you're saying if we allow you to take the test again, are you going to have your phone with you?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Were we able to pull that photo up? Or the board members, because what we have in our packet, we actually can see the individual, bending down, looking at it, but I wanted to make sure.
That's all we have on our end. Is the
That's what you
surveillance
have.
photo.
Okay. I think it's time to call for a motion.
Member Ditzler, I would make a motion that we give Evelyn Fernandez, student number ST102671, we impose a $2,000 fine plus costs, and she can take her exam before that's paid, and then she can get her license when the fine is paid.
I'll call for a second.
It's Board Member Douglas. I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Fernandez.
Thank you so much. Can I ask a quick question? I don't know if it's allowed. Do I have to wait for certain documents to come into my mail to schedule to retest, or is it automatically going to be in the system?
That's a question for staff.
Okay.
The system.
You can just give them a call even today.
Thank you
It
so
will be when it will be in the system, and she can call them and reschedule it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 3 is Nevada State Board of Cosmetology versus Destiny Russell, ST 1046718. Is the complainant Destiny Russell available today?
Yes.
Hi, Destiny Russell. Can we have you sworn in, please? Can you raise your right hand?
Okay.
Ms. Russell, do you swear to tell the truth in your testimony today?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
So you can go ahead and speak to the board.
I was here the last board meeting about me cheating on a test and you guys letting me test again.
So did you test already?
No, I didn't.
Okay. So this is the same as the last 2?
That's correct.
Okay. Board members all read the complaint from Destiny Russell. I would like to call for a motion, please.
Member Ditzler, I make a motion to impose a $2,000 fine plus cost to Destiny Russell, number ST 1046718. She will also be allowed to test and will not receive her license until the fines are paid.
Board Member Douglas, second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Do you understand, Destiny Russell, what just happened?
Yes.
Okay. So you will be able to test, but you would still have to pay the fine to get your license issued. Just get prepared yourself to test.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Petitioner number F, the petition Cosmetology Institute of Las Vegas, SC 14500 for possible discussion and action. Is the petitioner here today?
Yes, I'm here representing the school. Lisa
Okay.
Lewis.
Pardon?
My name is Lisa Lewis.
Hi, Lisa Lewis. Can you raise your right hand, please?
Ms. Lewis, are you prepared to tell the truth in today's testimony?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, you can go right ahead and speak.
Well, we're coming in front of the board on behalf of the school and Ms. Dixon. We applied for the advanced aesthetics program to be offered at the school, currently for the 75-hour option.
We provided all of the necessary documents to show that we had the curriculum, the hour breakdown, and the equipment, and was denied based off of the amount of equipment. I called the following day after Ms. Dixon submitted the application to see exactly what the equipment list entailed that we were missing, and was never provided with that list. I looked through previous board meetings for the equipment list and never found anything, and was never provided anything by the board after my request. So I think we just want a better understanding on why is it that the program was denied when we've had previous programs in the past be submitted through email with the exact same documentation that we provided for the 75-hour course, and it was approved. So we just want a better understanding on what is needed to move forward to offer the program, especially for our alumni. We have a lot of students that have received these services within their program prior to this being changed, and now can't offer those services. So if we could just get a better, clear understanding on what is required for us to at least offer the 75-hour program. And when I asked the question on what was the difference between us getting approved when there's salons offering the exact same option for the 75-hour course and not held by the same criteria, what I was told is schools are licensed for programs and salons are licensed for services, but they're not required to even be licensed educators. So it's a little strange for me to see salons having the availability to educate under this criteria that you guys are basically demanding, and you're going to require a school to be at a higher level of accountability.
Okay, we have any board members that want to discuss with the Cosmetology Institute?
Board Member Ditzler. I do have a couple of questions as far as the way the programs are set up. There's nothing still in the laws that say exactly what you do need. That's what the town hall was for, was to try to settle a lot of these problems that exist right now. And so I'm going to ask that one of the staff members helps clarify this a little bit better as far as what requirements are needed from each school before you can offer the 75-hour course, because you have to have an advanced aesthetics license, or you've got to be registered or licensed for that. And because it's a two-tier situation from what I'm understanding, that you teach right now, I believe, basic aesthetics, correct?
Correct.
You do not, you aren't licensed yet for an advanced course. And that's what I believe they are working on, am I correct? To get that all together. That's what we're needing when we have these meetings. We need more input on what we want to put in the laws, not discussing what we've done already, because we're trying to get this taken care of so you schools can get done what you want to get done. But at this time, we don't have that information as far as the machines that you need, and how that everything that is put together. We can't piecemeal this and do bits and pieces and say, okay, well, you're teaching one part of the program here, you can teach another part over here. You have to be able to teach the whole program in order to be able to do the certificates.
Can I just say, piggyback off you, Ms. Board Member Dixler? I believe that the two prior schools, Ms. Lewis, that was licensed, when the state went in, they had medical grade equipment because that's what they actually teach. So what I think the board staff has done, because that equipment, and I totally agree, is extremely expensive, but staff does have a list that will go out to the schools. They kind of finalize the list of equipment that the schools are required to have. And it's really, to me, and I understand what you're saying, but it's a kind of fine line, because we're licensed educational institutions. The salons, they offer those courses and it's almost like somebody offering a lash course. They offer lash courses to all these people that pay thousands of dollars but can't actually use the license. We don't have jurisdiction over people offering certification courses if they're approved, because you can get a certification course approved by the board, but it should be licensed by the actual individual. It should be licensed. The certification course is to be given like CEUs. But when we're schools and they're licensing for a program, because we are a higher institution and the board looks at the schools a little bit different as they look at salons. Because I agree, there's people offering the course, but they're not licensed cosmetology schools. So there is a list. So after the call, you can maybe talk with the board. They have established some minimal requirements of schools, all schools that want to participate in offering the advanced aesthetic program. With that advanced aesthetic program, the schools will be able to offer the 75-hour program because that program is a temporary program.
And I understand that.
Okay, so interim director Leah and staff there, can we make sure that Ms. Lewis gets the list that will go out to the schools of the equipment that will be required moving forward?
Yeah, I'm getting confirmation from Janie that list can go out.
Okay.
I have a question.
Okay.
So we were only applying for the 75-hour certification at this time, because we know we have until October 1st of next year. So I'm not understanding why that wasn't approved and then contingent on offering the full program once you get this, this, and this. So now here we are 2 weeks later after our application has been submitted. When, if anyone remembers, we had this very first town hall meeting in regards to this. I was the person that asked about the equipment list, because we all know when opening the school, you have a checklist, you have to have this many shampoo bowls, this many dryers. Now we're talking about medical grade equipment that costs anywhere from $10,000 to $100,000 per unit. So I asked the question at the very beginning on what was going to be the checkoff list. And when I called, I was told, well, let me dig up the equipment list, which I still never received. But just know, once I dig it up, it's still not going to be the final revised copy. So I don't understand how we're being held accountable more than what's being offered. We're simply asking to offer the 75-hour course currently. And then if we need to get additional things to offer the full program, that's fine. But we have a year to do so. Right now, we're just trying to honor our alumni and get them prepared for training that essentially they've already received prior to any of this even being a question. So I think, to be fair, we should be able to offer the 75-hour course. We have equipment that we've purchased that fits this scope of practice. We have an advanced aesthetic educator, which is myself, as well as the school director. So I'm not understanding why we're not held at least at the same standard that you're licensing or allowing salons to do. We're simply asking for the 75-hour course.
But Lisa, you're not a salon. So
I understand that.
Because I kind of went over, I think this was a conversation that the board was in process. I remember, were you at the town hall that we had just a couple weeks ago?
No, but I watched it.
Okay, so there was a town hall a couple weeks ago. So the board was, the staff was given at that time instructions to get prepared to get this information, because you're not the only, and I understand what you're saying, but you're not the only school. There's several schools that are putting in applications to offer the program, but there is now a criteria of equipment that you have to have in a school in order to offer the advanced aesthetic along with the 75-hour program.
Right, but the salon doesn't have a criteria for equipment.
Those are licensees. I mean, we're having students, because you're school. So how does the board staff get to distinguish who's going to be actually taking that program? Is it going to be just the licensed estheticians, or because you are going to be licensed? Once they license you and give you the approval, you will be approved to be able to do your 900-hour program. You can change it to the 900-hour program. You can bring in the 75-hour program as well.
I have a question, Member Ditzler, to Ms. Lisa. How can you offer a certificate when you don't know what the course is for the advanced aesthetics? That's what I'm trying, because it's apple and oranges as far as the salons. They are for CEU type things. They can't get they can get a certificate, but we don't recognize it as a license in that aspect. It's a certificate. You're gonna be licensed.
The 75-hour option, from my understanding, is for licensed professionals. So these are individuals that have already obtained their esthetician license, are now coming back so that they can obtain their advanced aesthetic license. We gave a full curriculum on what that 75 hours would entail. We gave the hour breakdown. So when we went to the initial meeting at NEMA, we were given a sheet as far as like the blueprint on what the advanced aesthetics could look like. But there was no criteria of like, it has to include this, it has to include that. So we've given it to you guys. So if the curriculum needs to be revised, then say that it's a curriculum issue, not an equipment issue. Because we're only asking currently to offer the 75-hour certification. We're not asking to do the program. We have a year to grandfather in. So these are licensed professionals that would come in to a licensed establishment with a licensed educator that has the ability to facilitate a class properly and make sure every learner is hit, opposed to them going to a salon and that person isn't even a licensed educator and you can't even say what's given to them. So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying do the due diligence by the estheticians as well, not even by the school, to know that you're going to be in a setting that has been structured for education and they're giving you a blueprint on this is exactly what we're going to offer within this 75 hours, and it's by a licensed professional as well. That's the only thing I'm saying.
I'm going to ask you that question again. How is it you can offer a certificate when you don't teach advanced aesthetics?
Because are you talking about me personally or the school?
No, the school. I mean, this is school.
We have spent this whole time researching on what classes fall within that area. And we did our structure for the class based off of that. So are you saying because we're not the expert in advanced aesthetics?
No, I'm saying
these salons. I'm not understanding the question.
I'm saying you don't teach that yet. You're not licensed to teach advanced aesthetics. So I'm trying to figure out how you cannot teach advanced aesthetics, but yet you still think that you can offer a certificate.
The same way salons can.
Create
a curriculum and move forward.
It's not the same.
It's only not the same because you guys aren't allowing it to be the same.
But I think at this time, Ms. Lewis, that the board does have a list that I think is comparable to probably, it's gonna be less to me. I believe that it's gonna be, because first of all, NEMA doesn't regulate the staff and the board, what has to go to legislation. I mean, NEMA was prepared from the gate with this whole program. So I think we can't compare what NEMA has to what the state board has to offer to the multiple schools up north and the south. So the state board has a list, and that list will be generated. Interim director, can we make sure that list get generated to all schools so that all schools can have the opportunity to be able to offer the program? Because I know that there were other schools that were looking into that program as well. So now that they have fine-tuned what it looks like, what that program looks like far as equipment, we can't compare the equipment to the other schools for what NEMA has. We can't compare what G-Scan has. Those are schools that already specialize in that. So the board staff had to come up with equipment that was going to be the minimal amount of equipment that all schools could have the opportunity to purchase to offer that program. Does that make sense?
No, it makes sense. I just wish it was offered sooner. Like I've been asking for it from the very beginning, but I understand. So is our approval discontinued based off of this equipment list?
Well, this is Interim Director Leah Easter. And so for Ms. Lewis as well, I'm just reading over some of the documents here as well. So in the case of Ms. Lewis, the situation is just that whether you're a salon or a school, if you're going to offer the laser course or any type of CEU, the school or the salon has that, they're licensed for that program. So for example, I'm making this up, school ABC, for example, might have an advanced aesthetic program, and they would also offer that 75-hour course. In the case of Ms. Lewis and the school in her petition here, they are a licensed school. The hiccup in this case is they don't yet have the full laser advanced aesthetic program. So what Ms. Lewis would be needing today is a variance from the board to say, even though you don't have the full program, you are able to offer the 75-hour laser course. So it's up to the board whether they're going to offer that variance. I just wanted to make clear for Ms. Lewis's case and for the board's case that that's what's holding her up right now.
That's exactly what we're asking for. Thank you for the
Yes.
clarification.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we were all talking about the same thing.
No, that's exactly what we're asking for. Thank you.
Okay.
Long term, of course, we want to be able to offer the entire program, but we're just saying in the meantime, do we have what's sufficient enough to be able to offer the 75-hour program, which we believe we do. But of course, we still need your approval. And then whatever list that we need to be able to then reapply for the full program, essentially.
Right, and I believe to Ms. Lewis's point, we did review the documents they have for the 75-hour course. She has what she needs for the 75-hour course. It's a matter of a licensing issue. Can she offer it if the school doesn't have an advanced aesthetic program? Because we wouldn't let a school typically do that, and we wouldn't let a salon offer the course unless they were licensed in advanced aesthetics. So it's the board's discretion, but that's why Ms. Lewis is here. I just wanted to make that point
Thank
clear.
you.
You do have the equipment for 75-hour, but it's the licensing is your issue right now.
So let me ask you this question, Interim Director. Is the salons that's offering it, are they licensed for advanced aesthetics?
They have to be, yes. It's one of our requirements. We make them. And so we've been having this, we apply the same thing to the schools. And typically the schools will license themselves for advanced aesthetics, but in the case of CILV and Ms. Lewis, it's a little bit different. They don't yet have everything together for the advanced aesthetic course, but they want to offer the 75-hour course. So that's why she's here today, is to see if she can do that without first having the advanced aesthetic license for the school. So that's where you guys all come in.
Okay, that was clarification.
My
Yes, it was.
I just want to be fair to everybody so we all understood.
Well, I understand, but I just think that to offer the 75-hour advanced program, it needs to be licensed aesthetics, advanced aesthetics.
You need a
But a salon
motion?
doesn't.
Do you need a motion?
Yeah, I think that because there's several schools waiting for this, and I think that if the salons are licensed for advanced aesthetics, the school needs to be licensed for advanced aesthetics as
The
well.
salons are only licensed for the 75-hour option, Ms. Gwen. They're only allowed to do the 75-hour option, the same thing we're asking to do. They're not allowed to do anything outside of that. Am I correct, board?
No, so the salons that are offering the 75 hours are licensed for full advanced aesthetics. So you can do any advanced aesthetic service in those salons.
Yeah.
So if we had a salon, for example, that was just a nail salon, they couldn't get licensed for the 75 hours. They would have to also be licensed for advanced aesthetics in that salon.
As a salon, but not as a school.
Right.
Correct?
They can certify any advanced aesthetic procedure because they're licensed for advanced aesthetics. So they can give a certification. If somebody needs a certification for this, whatever that particular, those courses that fall up under those procedures that fall up under that course, that salon has to be licensed under advanced aesthetics. And those salons, it's making it tough for, and I get it, I do, but
So what are they submitting?
We can find that out. Let's table this till we get the list. Leah, I would like to all the board members to get a copy of that revised list. I would like to see what the salons are actually submitting. Because if the salons are licensed advanced aesthetics and the schools are not licensed advanced aesthetics offering an advanced aesthetic program, then we're gonna have to give a waiver to all schools. So I think that we need to, as a board, take look at what that equipment list looks like, the cost wise effectively, because I know that it can be, because you can get like inexpensive equipment to do this, but then we're offering these individuals advanced aesthetic license. What equipment are the salons, what do they have when we go out to inspect to give them license for advanced aesthetics? I would like to see that as a board member.
Sure, that's fine. And then Ms. Lewis, my name is Leah Easter. Let's touch base at some point because I'm kind of familiar with your original application. You guys are really close to having everything you need for the full program. So if we can work through that little bit of difference between what you have now and the full program, this becomes a non-issue for you. You can offer the full program, you can offer the 75 hours, that's
yeah.
So let's also kind of talk offline at some point and see what we're missing so you can get closer.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, can I, because I think we all need to, I think the board members, especially the esthetician board member as well, need to take a look at what are we're allowing salons to offer the program. What exactly equipment that the staff goes out to give them that license that they have? Do they have a laser machine that does 3 or 4 different specifics? What is it that they actually have instead of maybe a handheld this, a handheld that, and then we are issuing advanced license? I mean, this advanced license, you know, we just heard this morning, I mean, the things are, there's going to be a lot of evolving parts to this advanced license, and I can't discuss that at this time, but can we make sure we get a list of that, please? And I would like to table this agenda item. Can I get a motion, please?
This is Board Member Douglas. I'd like to make a motion to table the 75-hour laser class for the Cosmetology Institution of Las Vegas, Nevada for a later discussion, SC-14500.
Okay, can I get a motion, please? A second.
Member Ditzler, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so Ms. Lewis, can you meet with interim director and because I think the board needs to see the difference from what the salons are getting licensed for versus what they're asking of the schools.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I'm curious to see if the salons are even offering an hour breakdown on what they're being taught in the 75 hours and not just collecting tuition unfairly to licensed estheticians.
Okay. I would like to see that too. Okay, thank you. Petitioner number 2 is Taylor Moore, license number U1010. No, not license number. U1010-12617. Is it Taylor Moore?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, we can. Can you raise your right hand, please?
I sure can. Give me a second.
Ms. Moore, do you swear to tell the whole truth in your testimony today?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Could you say one more time?
Do you swear to tell the whole truth in your testimony today?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know I was supposed to just go right in.
Yeah,
I'm coming before the board today. And I just want to say good morning to ask if I could be able to attend nail technology school. And I do have a criminal record. I have 2 felonies on my record, one from 2016 and then 2018. Since then, I have immensely changed my life around. I actually just graduated from the College of Southern Nevada with a degree in business management and a secondary degree in general studies. I do have them right here. They actually just came in the mail. If the board can see. That's
great.
one. And then I have the other one that's in the back of it. So I just wanted to show that as well. I'm also a homeowner. I have 3 children, and I just would like to further my education in nanotechnology, just to be able to supplement some more income into my household. And I just want to do it legitly. And I just hope the board lets me further my education and not look at my past, because I'm not that person anymore. And that's all I have to say today. Thank you for your time.
Member Ditzler, I have a couple of questions. Ms. Moore, I think really the one thing that I have to ask you is, could you explain why you got a dishonorable discharge?
A dishonorable discharge in the 2016 was from, because I was doing so well at the time. That's when I first started school. And I mean, when I reoffended, the judge asked that same question to my probation officer, and all they could say was she was on track. She did what she was supposed to do. And this is unfortunate. And instead of just sending me to prison, they dishonorably discharged me.
Okay. Well, it looks to me like you're really trying, and you seem very remorseful in your letter. So I'll turn that back over to President Gwen.
Well, I do have, and I'm a big fan of second chances. Everybody know that. But I do have some concerns, Ms. Taylor. I mean, Ms. Moore, I'm sorry. I have some big concerns because, sometimes it's better to hear from the person than to read it on paper.
Definitely.
But have you taken anger management?
Yes.
You completed the course?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you submit the anger management certificate to the board?
No, but I can.
Okay.
I actually recently just took anger management as well.
Yeah. Yeah, we want to see you be successful.
Yes, ma'am. And I've definitely, shucks. My certificate is really close. I think it's on my desk, but yes, I just finished in one, and I'm actually currently in counseling as well.
Okay.
Weekly, just because I feel like my impulse control just needs to be in check at all times. And me staying busy, and this will really help me.
So are you working currently?
No.
Okay. So you're not doing nails at home, are you?
I'm practicing on myself. That's it. I promise.
I don't want to hear that practice.
Well, I gotta do something till you guys say yes. Hopefully. Just to myself though. And I gotta practice hand.
Okay, we're gonna tell you this, that I do support you moving forward, but I wanted you to cease until you finish school, okay? No more practicing at home until if the board allows you to go to school, you complete your school, because if you come back before us with a cease and desist, then it's gonna be a problem.
Oh no, I don't do anybody else's hands.
Okay.
I mean, I do my daughter's toes or something,
Okay.
but no, I do not do anybody else's hands, ma'am.
Okay.
Oh no, I'm sorry, I misunderstood the question. I do not. I practice on myself, my practice hand, and I mean, I might do my man's feet or something, but
Okay, don't tell us
I do
no
not
more.
do anybody.
We don't hear no more. No more will you practice on. Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. And I appreciate the fact that you had the courage to come before us today, because I know it's difficult when you have to speak about what happened and how it happened and all that. But I would like for you to submit those documents to the board staff, the anger management documents and some documents stating that you're in counseling. Can I get a motion, please?
Yes, no problem.
Member Ditzler, I make a motion that we approve for Ms. Moore to enroll in a school of cosmetology to do whatever she pursues, whether it be nails or hair or skin.
This is Board Member Douglas. I second that motion.
Can we add, before we finalize it, that she submit those documents to staff, please?
I'll amend that motion by requesting that she turn in the documents that were requested of her before she starts school.
It's Board Member Douglas. Oh,
Okay, one more. I'm sorry, Board Member Douglas. What was those documents, Ms. Moore?
You said you wanted to see the anger management and that I'm in active counseling right now, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And do I email it to with the email on my notice?
Yes, you can do that.
I will.
Okay. Okay, can we just restate it? I'm sorry, you guys.
Okay. Member Ditzler, I make a motion that we approve for Ms. Moore to enroll into a School of Cosmetology and also that she turn in her documents pertaining to her anger management. And I believe that's and counseling. And I guess that's where you want to go with that. So.
Can I get a second?
it's Board Member Douglas. I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Good luck, Ms. Moore.
Good luck.
I promise I'll bring you guys another one of these. I promise.
We want to see it.
And thank
Okay.
you guys. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Bye-bye. Have you too. Can we have petitioner number 3 is a modern salon? Do we have anyone from salon 187797?
Would that be for Modern Beauty?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Myrna.
Hi, Myrna. Can you raise your right hand, please?
Yes, I can.
Myrna, do you swear to tell the whole truth in your testimony today?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, go right ahead.
Hi, good morning. I was wanting to do this petition because one of my business license had expired a week before. Well, I went and paid it a week after. I had had COVID, so did my family. So by the time I came back, I had already had State Board going to do their checks that they do, and noticed that my license had been expired for a week. I took care of it immediately, but I did get charged with a past due fee. And I wanted to see if I was able to get that fee waived.
Board members, you have any questions for Myrna?
Board Member Ditzler, Ms. Garcia, the board gives you 90 days prior to when your license, up to 90 days prior to your license being expired, that you can renew it. And waiting till the week of or the week after still is, I feel, is an offense on that.
And I do understand that. I just had I mean, there's no excuse. I should be more on top of it. I just had a lot going on during that time leading up to like us getting COVID as well. So I don't only have the business. I do work at a doctor's office. I actually am a technician for a retina specialist. So I'm not in there all the time. I stop by here and there, like if I have some clients, or I mainly try to manage the salon. That was a big fault of my part. I did go in and get.
Is your correct email address on file?
I should be. That's the one I got the notification for this meeting.
Were you aware, Myrna, this is Board Member Bramo, were you aware that a reminder notice went out for you to remind you that your license renewal was coming up?
No, I wasn't. I'm really bad with, I have to be honest, I'm really bad with checking emails and all that stuff. Like I said, I'm really busy all the time working and with that in the salon. And then at the time with everything with COVID, like, I mean, my whole family got COVID during that time. So I was trying to stay away from a lot of stuff till we all got better. Coming back and seeing that my license was expired, I mean, yeah, it was my fault. But I did take care of it as soon as, I mean, I believe it was right the next day I went down and got that taken care of, you know?
I understand the COVID situation because I think COVID's hit everybody's home. But it looks like that we have a copy of your renewal statement. That your renewal went out prior, before your license was actually, you received a renewal December 15th saying that your license were gonna expire in January.
Yeah, and I did not see that. I mean, up until right now that you guys are telling me, like, I didn't see it. Of course, like I said, I know that's my fault for not checking. But I still wanted to come and see if there was anything I could do about it.
Okay, we have a board member, Baltazar. Can you go ahead and speak? It's fine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly understand, you know, there were a lot of issues going on. Everyone, you know, ultimately has several things going on in their personal lives, but, you know, it's just simply a matter of personal responsibility. You know, unfortunately, you failed to renew before the deadline, and it's pretty black and white for me. You know, if you were to go to the DMV, it would be no different.
Okay.
Okay, can I call for a motion, please?
This is Board Member Douglas. I would like to uphold the Modern Beauty Salon S-187797, their $200 fine.
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Petitioner number 5, Great Clips. Salon number 11756. Do we have the petitioner here today?
You missed one. President Gwen, you missed one.
Yeah, 4.
Number 4.
I missed one?
Yeah,
Yes.
number 4.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, petitioner number 4, Megan Sharp, license number N14087. Megan Sharp, are you here today? Calling twice. Megan Sharp, N14087. Can I get a motion if Megan's not here? Are you here, Megan? Can I get a motion, please?
This is Board Member Douglas. I would like to uphold the fine for Megan Sharp, N-14087.
Member Ditzler, I will second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Now we're petitioner number 5, Great Clips Salon 11756. Petitioner, are you here today? Great Clips Salon 11756. Are you here today? Can I get a motion, please?
Member Ditzler, I make a motion that we uphold the citation for Great Clips S-11756.
Is Board Member Douglas. I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Petitioner number 6 for discussion and possible action. U704715. Nancy Martinez, are you here today?
Hi, Nancy.
Hi, Nancy. Can you raise your right hand, please?
Yes.
Nancy, do you swear to tell the truth in your testimony today?
Yes, I do.
You can go right ahead.
Hi, I'm in front of you guys today asking for some extra time to return back to school. I'm not sure if you guys received my letter when I turned in the petition along with my disability note. I was off my foot for about a year and I wasn't able to be in school. And then with COVID as well, they wouldn't allow me to get back into school. I guess they were just doing online. I just would really like to finish school. I just moved into Reno from California with my 1-year-old. I don't have anybody out here. I'm hoping that you guys would give me the opportunity to go back in.
Take a deep breath.
This career means a lot to me. It's something I really enjoy. So if I could be given the opportunity to complete my course, I would be greatly appreciated.
Brayma, board member, I have a question for you, Nancy, because I'm confused. I had to blow this up. Was this 2016 was your drop date or 2018?
Drop date?
The date for your transcripts, the date that you last went to school. It was 2016 or 2018?
2016. 2016. Did I put 2018?
No, I had to blow. I can't see it. I just see 7/15, and I'm looking like, is this a 16 or is this a 18? That was one of my questions.
May 2016 is when I broke my foot.
Okay, because you on your, the member Ditzler, I'm sorry, you've got May of 2017 is when you hurt your foot.
No, I'm sorry, I put the date wrong on the letter.
Okay, so you actually had that from 2016 to 2017?
Yes, I re-healed in 2017, I remember, 2017. Yes.
And did you go back to school after that?
No, I was trying to regain my, that fracture that happened to my foot, it was pretty severe. I have 2 plates and 8 screws still in it. I was trying to regain that muscle. I was in a lot of pain for a long time. And I hit financial struggle being off my foot for about a year. So I had to also rebuild that part of my life, and I was sent back down to my family.
Well, the law states, what's the amount of hours? How many years is this that's been since 20? Is that 7 years?
20,
Are we talking about 7 years difference?
I think 6. The 4 years would have been up in 2021 if we went by the 2017, but we actually will have to go by the 2016 because that was the last time she was in school.
So that's 6 years.
Yeah, we're 2 years over that. And I don't know if in the laws, I guess we would have to find out if she could get part of her hours as credit and start school again. I don't know how the schools would do that or how that would happen with us here.
Board member Braymo, I just think that at this time, it's not in the law. I don't think it's been 6 years, 6-7 years, and the hours expired 4 years ago. The hours were, the drop date was 2016. This is 2022.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Given that I was off my foot for a year, and considering COVID shut down the school to anybody joining, I mean, COVID being the circumstance it was, like I wasn't even allowed to get back in when I tried.
That's the part I'm trying to think about, because COVID hit in March of 2020. So you hurt your foot, your last day of attendance was 7/15/2016. Then you hurt your foot in 2017. And then 2018, you healed, but COVID hit in March of 2020.
Sorry, repeat that.
Okay, so what I'm seeing here, correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
Okay, your last day of attendance was 7/15/2026. No, 2016. 7/15/2016 was the last day of attendance. Okay, the last day you clocked into school.
It was
Then you had an
May.
accident. But this is what we're only looking at the transcript. So is this a correct transcript or from your school? Your school submitted a transcript.
Yeah, they're saying that I was in there until July 15th.
They say your last date of attendance was, let me see here. It
was
says
5/19.
dropout date was
Yeah,
7/15/2016.
The last date of attendance was May 19th, 2016.
Yes, it was May. May was the time I broke my
Okay.
foot.
Okay, so I don't know what transcript I'm looking at,
Just come down a little bit more.
but it say drop out on. So what is that? What's the drop date, the last date or the date they drop you?
The drop date's when the school actually dropped her from the program, not her last day of attendance.
So they dropped her 3-4 months later?
Yeah, it looks like it.
You come down a little bit under her name.
Yeah, it
I
has a
see
start
it.
date and a.
So it was
5/19/2016.
I see.
During that time, I kept in contact with the school, hoping that I would get back in, but they just would not allow me to get back in. I tried. They said
So the school didn't officially drop Miss Martinez. They officially dropped her on 7/15/2016 is when they submit their documents to the state.
Okay.
Okay, so there's 7/15/2016 because they left it open for her to return. That's why she wasn't dropped. So in 2016, 2017, she had an injury. 2018, you were healing. So
Yeah.
2019 and COVID hit 2020 is when the schools closed of like the March 17th, 2020.
Madam President, she did reach out to the school in February of 2020, and that was, of course, when COVID hit really hard. And she was not allowed then to enroll.
We got documents to show that?
I don't know what school, she said she went out for Paul Mitchell on her documents.
Okay,
And-
I need something. I would like to see something from Paul Mitchell stating that, please.
It's still almost 4 years.
Can I make a recommendation? I would like to see Paul Mitchell state that the student came back in 2020 and they weren't allowing her to attend before we make it, because we're going to get tons of cases like this. There's hundreds and thousands of students that hours have expired. So as a board, I want the board to understand that when we start granting case by case, we need to probably see have the full information in front of us to be able to make a conscious decision. So if Paul Mitchell states that you came back there and you weren't able to start school, if we can get that documentation, that's what I would like to see personally. Because this is going to be a definitely thinking ahead, because hours expired years ago and COVID hit March 20th when
Yes, correct.
the last day of attendance was 2016.
Do you want a motion to table it, or?
So, can I ask how you would want documentation for me calling Paul Mitchell in Costa Mesa?
Yes, Ms. Martinez, and we can be able to work with board staff to see if we can get that, because you said you tried to go back to school in 2020 and you weren't able to. They weren't enrolling students. So the board would probably need something so all the board members can have all the information needed, that you went back there, they could not enroll you because of COVID.
Okay.
Okay, because I mean, you're asking us to grant you the hours to attend school when the law states that the hours expire in 4 years, and it's been like 6, 7 years. Okay. Can I call for a motion, please?
Board Member Ditzler, oh, go ahead.
This is Board Member Douglas. I would like to uphold Mrs. Martinez's hours or table it for further, until she gets further information on U-704715.
Can I get a second, please?
Member Ditzler, I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Do you know what, the staff will reach out to you. Do you know what's required?
No, I'm sorry, you broke up in your last few words that you were speaking.
Okay, can we give her information from licensing, please? Can you call the board staff and they will give you information of what's going to be required from Paul Mitchell?
Yes, I can do that.
Okay, all right, thank you. We're gonna keep going, if you guys don't mind. Agenda item number 7, is it Denise Lopez, ST 105068?
Yes, ma'am, that's me.
Okay, can you raise your right hand?
Yes, I can.
Ms. Lopez, do you swear to tell the truth in your testimony today?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, would you guys like me to speak now or?
Yes, you're welcome to speak. I'm sorry.
So when I had signed up for this petition, this is my first petition, where like the reason why I'm here is because I had gotten caught with my phone in the testing room. And then, yeah, that's what happened. And I would just like to see what's the next step from here. What can I do to further on from this situation? So, yeah.
Okay. Any questions by any board members?
Member Ditzler, what was the reasoning for taking your phone?
I was aware that I wasn't supposed to have my phone at the time, but I figured that I wasn't, like, because my phone wasn't on silent, and then she had seen me like look down, and then that's when she had stopped my exam. So honestly, I just figured that nothing was gonna happen, and that's what happened. So yeah, ma'am.
I don't know. Are you prepared to test, Denise?
Yes, ma'am, I am. I've been trying to study up until I got a notice from the board.
Okay.
But I'm just trying to see here, what are you guys able to help me with, or what can I do to
Same
further
motion.
go on?
Can I would like to call for a motion, please.
Before we call for a motion, this is Member Ditzler. Can we make this a formal complaint? We can.
You can.
I would like to make a motion for that, to make a formal complaint and to be on the next board meeting.
Can I just ask a question here?
Sure.
Yes.
Board Member Dixler?
Oh.
Yes.
I think that at this time, the petitioner has already admitted to guilt. She would like to be allowed to take her exam. I mean, we've had multiple people. This is going to be a conversation that we're going to have to really have in that meeting at the end. We're going to call for some kind of resolution to this.
Yeah, I can pay a fine if I have to too. I promise I won't have my phone if I'm allowed to test again, but it's definitely up to you guys. I don't know. This is my first meeting, so I wouldn't know.
With the petition, we can't impose any fines. We have to file a complaint in order for us to impose any fines.
Oh, okay. So
I'm not quite sure. Am I correct? I haven't heard that one. Can we hear from Attorney Dad, please?
Yes, so a formal complaint will have to be filed before the board can entertain the imposition of any fines. So And I do recall that this was just, it's a matter of how the board wants to go moving forward with policy. It could be the filing of a complaint first, but there might be, it's up to the board how they want to decipher it. It could be the filing of a complaint first before on the agenda, or before the board goes into entertaining what type of sanctions they want to impose, review the entire complaint in entirety before issuing that.
Okay, can we do them both right now?
Well, here's the thing. If the board entertains the imposition of fines, the imposition of a fine after going through the facts, a formal complaint will be filed, but it just won't be placed on the next agenda. So I'm able to draft a complaint reflective of what the board decides today. And that complaint, a formal complaint will still need to be on file, but it will list out what the sanctions are as far as the relief is concerned.
Okay, one more question for you, AG. If we uphold, if board member Dixler asks for the complaint to be filed, could the board allow the petitioner to test and no license be released? Because I think kind of like what it's sounding to me, that it's months and months and months before these individuals are able to go back to test. The next board meeting won't be till, I believe, October. The petitioner has already admitted to guilt. She would just like to move on, whatever the fine is going to be assessed. I'm sure she's been on the call. We understand what the fines are. So how can we allow the petitioner to test?
That will be included as part of just the history, as part of just the facts and the history stated in this complaint, as well as the specific on the portion of the complaint that details what the fine is. It'll also put in that variance language of basically the conditional language of being permitted to test subject to paying the fines.
Okay, so can we go ahead and vote for the formal complaint along with the board's recommendation?
Yes.
Okay.
So you want me to redo this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
I'd like to make a motion to file a formal complaint against Denise Lopez, ST 105068. And I'd like to impose a fine of $2,000 plus costs. And she will be allowed to test before that actually comes to play, but she will not be able to get her license until the fine is paid for.
Can I get a second?
Board Member Douglas, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Ma'am, so therefore, would I have to call the state board office to like pay my fine and reschedule, or what do I do?
You can call the board staff and they will tell you exactly what you need to do, okay?
Okay, so I'll just call the board office?
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, all righty, thank you. Petitioner number 8 is Sierra Strickland, license number A3893, petitioner Sierra Strickland. Petitioner Strickland is disputing a citation violation. Sierra Strickland, are you here today? I would like the board to entertain a motion.
I have a question, Member Ditzler, about this particular petitioner. I'm not sure exactly. This is the second time that she's come before. I wasn't sure if she was here the last time that this petition came up. Is there a time frame here where we can cancel out filing petitions and putting the staff through this much work? And I don't know if you're understanding where I'm going with this.
I do. Thank you for that too, Board Member Dishler. Once the board makes a motion this time and uphold the decision, then the fine is gonna be imposed.
Okay.
Can I get a motion, please?
This is Board Member Douglas. I would like to uphold Sierra Strickland's A-3893 citation.
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Petitioner number 9 is Samantha Burt. License number C48232. Samantha Burt, are you here today? Petitioner is disputing a violation. Samantha Burt, license number C48232. Are you here? I would like to make a call for a motion, please.
Member Ditzler, I make a motion to uphold the citation given to Samantha Burt, C-48232.
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Petitioner number 10, is it? Okay, I don't want to mess that one up. Is it Parasit Jenkins Jeans?
That is wrong.
That is wrong.
Well, can somebody help me, please?
Well, is that person here?
The name is P-R-A-S-I-T, last name J-A-N-K-R-A-J-A-N-G.
Yes,
Well, can you pronounce your name for us, please?
my name Plasid Jankalachang.
Okay. Can you raise your right hand?
Do you swear to tell the whole truth in your testimony today?
Hello?
Yes,
Okay.
Okay, so you can go right ahead. Can you go right ahead and speak with us, please?
yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I was have fined for $100 for put the daily item in the box.
Okay, so what are you asking the board?
I've been doing nail for since 1997. I don't have a problem with the state board, to come in the salon. So I was, put the daily item in the box. Instead, I put in the trash. I don't know what is wrong with it,
So did you see that? Did you get a chance to see that buffer? Board Member Bramo, did you get a chance to see what was in that drawer?
I don't have anything in the drawer. It's outside. I have 3 boxes. One is clean, one is dirty, one is for my design. She just took only one picture for the dirty box. That's my dirty box.
You can't.
Do we have the inspector available?
That's a.
Michelle, are you still on the call? Michelle had a complaint to do with some other agencies this morning, so she may not be.
Michelle's still on the call.
Okay, is that a buffer in that box?
Yeah, that's my dirty box.
Okay, buffers
It's like a trash.
Buffers are not, well, they're single-use items.
Can we, Ms. Dixler, is Michelle available? Okay, she's not available.
Okay. My concern is that file and the buffer, they're single use only. You can't clean those.
No, I don't clean it. It's my dirty box. That's what I said. And my drill, I need to sanitize that.
You can't sanitize them.
No. I mean my drill, my bit is already in there too. It's my dirty box. It's not the clean boxes. Instead the trash, and I live in the box. I don't know what is wrong with that.
The two items that are in that box with that, with whatever it is that you're talking about, the file and the buffer should have went in the trash, not in your.
That's
dirty
my
box.
trash like that. If I'm done wrong, you should warning me, not just fine me. I doing it for 1997. I don't have a problem with you guys. Okay.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question, Board Member Bramo? When was the last time you looked at a Nevada law book?
Hello.
Yeah, are you talking to me?
Yes, I am.
Oh, I have no idea. I just follow whatever they come and then they tell me, you know, I follow what you guys update, you know. I just follow it, you know.
Okay, I just want to make a recommendation to you.
This is not the first inspection come to that salon. Well, why are you doing that?
I understand that, but I'm just going to make a recommendation to you because the laws sometimes change and are modified every 2 years. So I think you might want to like maybe go online and look at it and print out the salon requirements for nail salons and nail technologies because they actually changed. So the law states it has to be discarded in a trash container, a closed container. And I think the reason that there's a problem today is because the box was open.
No, it's closed. It was closed.
Okay, let me see if it, because it looks open to me.
Because she was go over there and open it. I was closest when I left the salon. I don't hide anything. I just live out there, you know. I like trash, you know. Instead, I throw in the trash.
Any other questions by any of the board members?
This is Board Member Douglas. I would like to ask him, I would think she or he, the inspector would have explained that to you or asked you if this was dirty or if it was clean. And if it was dirty, you're supposed to dispose it into the covered trash can. So I'm not really understanding what you're trying to explain to us about.
Because I wasn't there. That's why my day off. I don't know why she tell the owner to call me to come over. It was my day off. I worked there only part-time.
Okay, that's understandable.
If I was there, I was listen, you know, whatever she said, you know, I wasn't there. So, you know.
Okay, that's understandable. So how would you know if it was open if you wasn't there?
That's why I said I said she might open and take a picture, not me. She went there. That's why it was open. It's not me, you know.
I don't think our inspectors would go and mess with any of your items on your station. They just look around.
She did. That's why she took a picture
you wasn't
and
there,
sent it.
so you don't know, sir.
If she don't go my station, how she know? The owner tried to say this is my privacy, personal. She tried to open the door, and then she have a problem with the owner, and then you drop the case for $1,000 fine for him, and then she's still doing everything in the salon.
But
I wasn't there.
Excuse me, petitioner, but the inspectors have that authority. They have the authority to open up a drawer. They have the authority to look in the station.
But she just said she didn't open the stuff. The lady is just saying it. But she did. You know, I don't mind. Whatever she do is her job, you know. I wasn't there. If I've been done wrong, at least you guys warning me because I do the best as I can. I put in the wrong, in a container, disposal, instead of the trash can.
Sir,
put it in
you
the wrong
said that,
container?
sir, you said she opened it, but you said you wasn't there at work. So how do you know she opened it or closed it if you
I
wasn't
don't
at
know. That's
work?
what you take a picture is in my house, in my drawer, in my boxes. She went there. I don't know. You said the door was the box was open. I assume she opened it. I don't know. I wasn't there.
Okay, so if it was trash, it should have been disposed when you left for that day. It wouldn't have still been there.
That's what my trash. I kind of early on Friday and then I go home. You know, I don't feeling good. You know, I work only part-time there. That's it.
That's understandable, but usually
Okay.
when
Whatever
you
you
leave
want to
for
do
the
is fine
day,
to me.
you empty
Okay.
your trash.
Excuse me. Can we just kind of calm down a little bit? And one
Because
person,
I upset, at least you warning or something, you know, not just fire me, you know, I very hard to make money. I work only part-time. Why don't you guys just warning people before you fire something? I see, I worked since 1997. I see many inspection and I respect them. You guys need to warning the people. Asian guy in this business for many years. At least we pay tax, everything.
okay,
I hate to say that.
Let me just say this one more time, Board Member Bramo. There is laws and regulations that changed since 1999 and 2000, 2005, 10, 15, we're at 2022. So there's many of changes that have taken place. And I don't know if we can just go out and warn everybody of the changes, because at license renewal every 2 to 4 years, you have an obligation to understand what the law is, because you're signing to say that.
But this is not the first inspection come to that salon. I see when I done that.
I understand that, sir. We just have another board member that has another question or comment, and then I'm just gonna let you hear what the inspectors have the right to do. So that moving forward,
I respect them. I don't say stop doing things, you know, that's you guys' job. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. You know, I didn't say don't go in my station and doing this. I never do that. I never say that.
Okay. So go ahead, Baltazar.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I understand, sir, that, you know, that was your trash receptacle, but I think moving forward, you know, just for point of clarification, can we get the information to him on how you're meant to properly dispose of used items? I think he's focusing on that is his trash receptacle, and it's not an appropriate way to dispose of your belongings or of your used items. So just moving forward, I would just shift focus on that. Ultimately, you had admitted that you haven't seen or can't recall when the last law book you read through. And so it is not the board's responsibility to continuously update you individually. It is your responsibility to keep on top of the laws and regulations in this industry. And so although I understand that maybe it would be preferred to send out warnings, that ultimately that's not how the board operates. We operate with the understanding that everyone understands what they're meant to do. And that's how we move forward. And that is why we're here today.
Thank you.
Well said.
Can I call for a motion, please?
This is Board Member Douglas. I would like to uphold his $100 fine for N9535.
Can I get a second?
Member Dinsler, second that motion. Second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, sir. Petitioner, are we all good, board members? I can keep going?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Petitioner number 11, it's Janet Rodriguez. Petitioner is requesting variance for NAC minimum requirements for space accommodations, NAC 6448603 for requirements for equipment. This is a petitioner that has came before the board. I hope all the board members looked through their pack and was able to read through the information. Petitioner Rodriguez, can you raise your right hand, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we have interim director, can we swear Rodriguez in, please?
Yes, do you swear to tell the truth in your testimony today?
I do.
I do.
Okay, so I think I will be the first one because I have questions.
Yes, ma'am.
So you went out and you did some homework that the board pretty much instructed you to do.
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to ask this question. So the space that you found was the total space of 4,500.
That's correct.
It's 4,500. So in another section, it looks like you kind of like personally took it upon yourself to break down to say, I'm only going to have 6 cosmetology students. I'm only going to have 6 hair design. I'm only going to have 6 estheticians. I'm only going to have 6 nail technicians, which only takes up about this much space. And then the other 400 or 500 space, I'm going to probably make it something else, right?
Yes.
Okay, my question and my concern is that staff, can you tell me how often the inspectors inspect an Elko?
Yeah, we try to get to Elko about twice a year. They typically, they're small in number in terms of salon and just great in land area. So our inspector will go usually once every 6 months to those salons, unless of course there's something we need to keep an eye on, and then they'll go more frequently.
Because that's a concern. And the reason why that's a concern is because if the board was to consider giving this approval, given where Elko is located, because I don't want to for sure stop somebody from doing business, but there's a concern saying you're gonna take 6 students and you take 10.
I understand.
And nobody's monitoring it. That's my concern.
Well, I mean, we can definitely make sure that our paperwork is all up to date and we can constantly be updating you, especially being that's going to be a new school opening up. So that'd be something that I can obviously have a point of contact. I know, I believe Rodney mentioned that he would probably be the one coming out and inspecting. So I would just make sure to keep open communication with the board and letting you guys know who we're enrolling, how many people, the semester, the dates, just keeping that open.
We want to be super open with you guys and make sure you guys informed with everything, every step that we do. We want to go by the rules and pretty much what you guys help us or grant us, we'll go by you guys say.
And I'm sure we're going to have questions along the way as well. We do have a mentorship going on with Anthony and Brandy Gaynor that run Sierra Academy of Style in Carson City. So with their mentorship, we're really coming along. I mean, catalog is ready, forms are ready, and we're also starting off right away with financial accreditation guidelines in mind.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Go right here, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't think that the reason why we only have 4,545 square feet is because we actually convert 2 spaces into 1. It's hard for us to find big spaces in this town. It's a small town, and that's one of our biggest problems, to make sure we find something that can actually have the parking lot for students. Pretty much this town is not as big as most cities, most towns. We don't have a lot of there's not a lot of opportunities in this town. There's not a lot of buildings that we can rent or things like that.
Well, I did get a chance to really look at your spaces, and we kind of discussed that before. And I see some spaces that were way too big. Some spaces were way too small. I'm sure that the population is, what was the population in Elko?
50,000.
Okay.
Yes, and then we made sure that this lease actually includes a form of being able to sublease. So the plan is just to be here just temporarily. As soon as a space does open up, we will inform you guys and then move on to a bigger space. This is just to get the green light going, to get the population that educational opportunity as soon as we can. And then these offices would be turned into some sort of administrative point. And then we could expand into getting those bigger class sizes. But you know, we have 50,000 people, but at the moment we have 209 interested students.
Wow.
Yes, ma'am.
Good.
And they want to do, you know, we've gotten inquiries on all 4 programs, on hair design, on nails. So that's why we wanted to come before you today and make sure that that's something that's a possibility for our school, because the position is there.
Well, for me, I just appreciate that you have worked so hard in trying to accomplish your goal, which is a good thing. Give an opportunity for those to have an opportunity to have a career, which is huge. But so who are your instructors?
So right now at this moment, me and my husband, Jonathan, he's right here. We are actually in Carson City, so I could finish my provisional. I'm about 2 weeks out to finish my provisional, and I've been shadowing the whole time with Anthony and Brandy. So I've been under their instructors, and we've already been able to come up with the curriculum and the chapters and the quizzes and all that. As soon as I obtain mine, it's gonna be kind of a ripple effect. So we would be hiring on an additional provisional, getting another provisional going. So if each program would happen in a wave.
Okay, but let me tell you what's a concern right now when you said that. I'm glad I asked that question. So your husband, how many hours do you have as a provisional?
I have the equivalent of about 120 hours left. And
okay.
I was already licensed and had the 2 years experience, so I was able to do the 500-hour program under Sierra Academy of Style.
Okay, so I'm sure you've been working like diligently with the board as far as your financials and making sure that, you know, the students can, you know, that you're going to, you know, be there for, you know, to support the students, and because they're paying their actual hard-earned money too. So let me ask you this question. What's the plans on another instructor? Because I don't know, that's a whole nother subject. You would have to come before us with another instructor. Even if we approved this today, you still couldn't open without 2 instructors.
Yes, so we wanted to find out first the programs that you guys are gonna allow. If all 4 programs are going, then we would be able to, at that point, right away start our search and application process and whatnot to hire the appropriate number of instructors needed for the appropriate number of programs you're gonna allow.
Okay.
So that was the only thing, that was the holdout. But we've had a lot of people that are wanting to step away from the chair and at this point have the opportunity to teach and instruct. We've had a couple people that were actually waiting for other schools that have been trying to come here for years and it just hasn't happened. And now they're just been kind of waiting for us to have this meeting. And they're all licensed cosmetologists. So the great thing is that because they're cosmetologists, now they would be able to teach any of the ranks. So that's where we're facing now.
But I'm not sure though, Janet, Ms. Rodriguez, I'm not sure if opening a school with an instructor in a provisional that's not in the law. The law states that it has to be 2 licensed instructors. Not the provisional is a student, somebody that's coming from behind the chair to learn how to teach. And most people coming from behind the chair doesn't have any educational experience to be able to teach the teaching mythology portion of it.
Okay, we do have the opportunity to send whoever we have to get the provisional license in the meantime. And then once they're licensed, they can come in and work.
Okay.
Our thought process was also, for example, as an example, I will start off with the class size. Get the school rolling on, let's say, aesthetics, because I'm a licensed esthetician. Get that class going, have that cosmetologist come in and complete their 500 hours. I'm teaching those 600-hour programs. They would get their provisional. And then at that point, once they are licensed and they take their state board, then they would be able to go solo in a sense, and then teach that next upcoming program on their own.
Okay, let me just share this, and this is my thoughts. If the board made a decision to give you the waiver, Because of the 50,000 population, because it's small, you did your due diligence, you did find a space close to just short couple hundred square foot. You need the equipment, you would have to work that out with board staff. But my recommendation would be to open with 2 instructors.
Yeah, and I could definitely make that happen. We just wanted to have this open communication with you guys to see your thoughts and that we can start off on the right foot to make sure the school is as successful as it can.
Because it's just say you get sick. If you get sick, then you will have to close the school because the provisional couldn't be there without you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I could definitely make that happen. Like I said, we have, there is some already licensed cosmetology instructors in Vegas that could actually come up and also.
Okay. But they're not gonna just drive up. They're gonna actually be there on a daily basis, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And not just have their license hung on the wall.
That's right. And we also have some of the instructors in the Carson City. They had mentioned that they would be willing to come and help us, at least for, until we get those provisionals on board and licensed and being able to.
I don't have any more questions. Any more questions for any of the board members?
Member Ditzler, my question is, we have in the laws right now, the size of the school, we do need probably to have a 2 or 3 tier so that our rural areas can get a school and qualify. And, we need to have some sort of laws in place that can be followed. I'm having a little problem with not having everything needed now. As long as they work, diligently with the board staff, I think that may help some, but that's where my thought is on this now. I think that's something we need to look at in our laws.
Can I share this with you too, board member Dixler? The Miss Rodriguez and her husband came before the board in the past, and the square footage that they had was, I want to say, around 3,000 plus square foot. And we sent them back to send us MSL listings to see all the space that's available in Elko that could be utilized for a school. So the closest that they could get was the 4,500, which means that they would still have to have the equipment that's required, because if you have 6 Cosmo students and 6 hair design students are hair only students. The only things that exempt them is the nails and skin, but you still would need hair stations. So I think that the board staff understands you can't have 6, 7 stations. That's not going to work. It's just not going to work. So when I'm looking here, and then I wanted to find out, like the equipment, I'm sure that the board staff knows what equipment that you're going to need. The equipment, because it's 400, 500 square foot short, I think the equipment should remain the same, because you would still need that amount of equipment, because you're going to be a school. People are going to be coming for your services. You're going to need dryers. You're going to need shampoo bowls. You're going to need those things for the individuals to actually practice. Okay. Even just practicing alone for the practical part. You don't want to need to be waiting in line. So another thing is, I think that all schools in rural areas, it should be case by case with the board, just like with the apprenticeship program should be case by case. We've never had a school in Elko. The population Elko is growing. I don't think we need to change laws for smaller schools, because the laws were already changed. I think 5,000 is just minimal. It really should be more than 5,000 for all the programs that you're going to be offering. But it's 50,000 population, which we're going to say 5 years, it might be 100,000 population, who knows? But I think it's a great start for the board staff to be able to monitor the growth of the school. All enrollments must be submitted so that we can make sure that you don't go over the required enrollment. But the 2 instructors is my biggest thing. Not not a PIL and an instructor, 2 licensed instructors, and then I would probably be training PILs to have more instructors in case somebody gets sick. I think you understand. You have mentors, it sounds like.
Yes. And that's,
Okay. So any other questions? What about you, Miss Kathy? Do you have another question? Do you kind of understand that backstory to the Rodriguez?
Well, somewhat, I do. I'm just wondering if once this is started with a variance, where is the next one going to be? And will it be for half that amount? And that's what I'm concerned right now, is getting the right levels that we need so that there can be schools that the Rodriguez's can just, partake in. I'm not familiar, I guess, with the history here. So that was my questions as far as making them laws and having it as a tier. So then, it doesn't involve the board per se. The staff would be able to take on their applications and know just which way they were going to go and what they needed. And that's where I was at with that.
Okay.
I will, follow with what the other recommendations are with the board.
Well, I just had one more recommendation too, that all rural area schools, even now and in the future, is a board process. It needs to go before the board so that we won't have, because the school square footage just changed a couple years ago, where we were able to do individual schools, hair schools, nail schools, skin schools. That just broke off the last few years.
Okay.
So with that being said, that the rural areas that want to open schools, 500 square foot short, it's not, because they're just 500. The total square footage is like 545 square foot. So if you would like to see them utilize a little bit, maybe the whole 45, except a small office, so that it can stay consistent with the 5,000 square foot. But what I think Rodriguez is saying is, in order for them to take more students than what the board's going to approve today, they're waiting for another lease. They're in the process of waiting. Am I hearing you right?
Yes, so we are working really closely with the realtor that's been helping us through this endeavor. They're well aware of how much square footage we're eventually going to want, and they've been updating us. Anything that comes on the market, they're instructed to let us know immediately. We actually, there actually was a space 2 doors down that is opening up for an additional 2,000 that we can possibly work there too. So as soon as anything comes up available, even a bigger space that would accommodate all programs and to the current laws that you guys have now with 25 students per program, then that's the goal.
Yeah.
That is absolutely the goal. We just want to get started.
Ms. Janet, are you a licensed cosmetologist?
I'm a licensed.
You're going for your instructor's license?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I also heard that you were going to take and do this in levels. In other words, so many students right now, as far as, is it going to be cosmetologist at first? Then you're going to add in hair design and then nail techs and then estheticians. Am I correct that I understand that's what you said?
That's correct.
Okay.
We want to make sure that every program hits off at its best ability. So because I'm a licensed esthetician, that's my realm. I would be starting off with the esthetician program first, 5 weeks into it, then we would start off the next program. That way it's a tier process, and every program is having its full attention from that cosmetologist instructor.
Okay.
Okay. Let me ask you this, Ms. Dixler. Would you be more comfortable with them minimizing the start of the multiple programs and staying consistent with maybe 1 or 2 programs until they have more available space, and then adding additional programs?
Well, I think that's what they were saying is they were gonna start out with one.
No, that's not what
No?
they're saying. What she's saying to me, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Rodriguez, what she's saying, what Ms. Rodriguez is saying, what I'm hearing is she's gonna start off with estheticians, and then 5 weeks into it, or 6 weeks into it, she's gonna start a different program. And then another 5 or 6 weeks into it, she's gonna start an additional program.
Is that correct? Okay, so it is a tier and they will be taking on so many at a time. So it's a gradual process, they're not gonna have 6 of every entity coming into their salon or their school.
Yeah, they are.
At the first, not at first.
They're gonna overlap at some point.
Yeah,
Yes,
they are.
At some point, I do understand that.
That's why we want to ask for the variance for those 6 students per program, because that'd be 24 students at one time max with the instructors and walk-ins. And we want to keep it manageable, and we want to be able to, like I said, keep that communication with you guys so you guys know at any point in time, if you guys were to come by, you guys would know exactly who's there, what programs are being filled with what students, and what instructors are on site at all times.
And you want to enroll another student until the student graduates, right?
We're trying to do as structured as possible, so those 6 students graduate together. And then we come in and we bring in the additional 6 students per that one program.
Okay.
Can I add something else too? The reason why we want all 4 programs, so you guys help us out with that, and if you guys give us the opportunity. That reason too, we're working so hard to get accreditation.
Yes, so we're actually working to get ANACAS accreditation as soon as possible. The problem with that though is if we were to start, for example, if today we would start off with only an esthetician program. Once we go for financial aid accreditation, they're not going to allow us to add any programs later on. The school is set in stone and they're only allowing that one program. So if we were to start with all 4 programs now,
You
financial
have to
aid.
be licensed. I understand that. You're gonna have to be licensed for them all.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
I get that part. But this is something that you really have to be, in my opinion, if the board chooses today to allow you to open your school with 6 students in each program gradually, because your license must state all programs. I understand that part. But it has to be monitored. And I think that's one of my biggest concerns is that it has to be monitored. If you bring in, just even from the instructor standpoint, my recommendation, if the board decides today that you cannot operate that school without 2 licensed instructors on staff each day. Not licensed instructors that's utilizing the license, licensed instructors that's actually there licensed, okay, not PILs.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, okay, so I think we kind of covered what, and then do you know how long you'll be able to move into a bigger space? Because it seems like you're gonna outgrow this space probably within a year and a half.
We're hoping that by next summer, we can move.
It's just hoping we'll have you guys. Every single move that we do, we want to let you guys know everything. And same thing. Whatever you guys need from us, like to show you guys that if I myself had to every single day just give you like a sheet of send you every day of
like memos.
memos. So what's going on? The instructors, I'm willing to do it. You know,
Yeah, and I mean,
we're here to work with you guys, and we want to do everything right. We don't want to like. I think this is more like a relationship that you don't want to screw it up.
Yeah, you don't want to.
Yeah.
You really don't want to. I mean, you really don't. So if I could also make a recommendation, if the board decides to approve this variance, if I could make a recommendation for the record so that it will go into record that the attendance at the school is monitored. No more than 6 cosmetologists at a time, no more than 6 of those particular programs at one time. And I almost want to say making a recommendation that in a year and a half, you come back before the board, just to give us an update.
Yeah, that's, we welcome the monitoring and the constant communication.
Because I do understand that in Elko, there are students that want to become licensees, and I know that there's an opportunity for you to have a school there, and I don't think we're here to try to hinder you, but the last time the square footage just wasn't conducive, and this year it's you found a space, you did some hard work, you 300, 400 and some square foot short, you're asking for less students, but we have to hold you to that. We cannot, just because this is new, and I just think that it needs to be monitored, staff.
Yes.
Okay, do any other board members have any other questions or concerns? This is the time to voice that. Okay, so can I get a motion, an entertained motion of those things that I would like to see recommended?
So what would that be? Because you guys said a lot.
Do we have, I want to say this, if you have any questions for the Rodriguezes, I think this is the time that we need to ask them the tough questions, because this is, it's new, we're monitoring them, it's important, and we really don't want to stop growth, but we want to make sure that the law is being carried through to the best of our ability.
This is board member Jeffers. I do have a question. As far as monitoring, how are we gonna do that? How is this gonna be fluid? Is it just gonna be emails or?
See, that's where I need the staff to come in and give us, so that we can have something for the record, so that if there is an issue, we can say that this has been documented on this day. So staff, can you explain to the board, how could you possibly assist in monitoring the proposed petitioners?
Sure. So the first thing is, we typically inspect the businesses out there 2 times at a minimum a year, but we can also go more frequently, pay special attention to this school. As a school owner, and for others on the call, you might know that every student has to be registered with us. So if you have 6 students in 4 programs, I mean, it's simple math. If we end up with 100 students enrolled there, we can tell there's some over enrollment issue. We're always available for calls, for email. We're willing to send someone out to test through the practical program, anything we can do to kind of keep those instructors informed. And honestly, you guys as school students are no strangers to filing a complaint. If they're at any point missing something, or for lack of an instructor, someone is very likely going to alert us, and we'll send someone out at that point to visit the school. But that's typically how we keep in compliance.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I would like to entertain a motion. Can I, Deputy AG, can I state the motion?
You could, there's no issue, but I believe board member Disto was about to.
Yeah.
Okay, but we wanted to make sure we covered. And we wanted to make sure, did you write it down, board member Dixler? Did somebody write it down?
Of what's needed as far as being checked on and stuff. Okay, but I did want to know, is the building that the square footage they're going to do right now is 4,545 feet? That's the building you're looking at?
45, that's correct.
Okay, well, you actually only need 40, 50, correct? With the 6 students in each, the 24 students.
Yes,
You,
so
okay, that's where I'm going with this. Okay, then I will make the motion to,
Well, one more thing, Board Member Dixler. She actually needs 5,000 square foot in the law. So the law
Okay.
states 5,000 for cosmetology school. We're going to be licensing her for a cosmetology school.
okay, and I'm gonna put the 45 in my motion, okay? Is that, will that be okay? Okay. I make a motion to approve the variance for, I guess we don't have a school name either, for Janet Rodriguez, A52469, for a space for cosmetology school of 4,545 feet to be, we're asking that the Rodriguez's keep total contact with the board staff during this whole process to make sure that everything is done in the way that it's supposed to be done. And also that within 1 year's time, you will come before the board again to give us an update on your school.
Yeah, we will, and we will love to, and then we will love to keep you guys updated. And our goal is to expand. So we are going to be looking for, hoping to find, or hopefully, eventually, banks want to give us a bigger loan so we can actually build something and make it right. I do want to do that right thing and do everything right from the beginning and expand this legacy that we're going to leave for our daughters, and we want to make sure we do everything right for them.
Awesome.
Okay.
Can you also state in that motion that it's going to be required for 2 instructors and equipment?
now, real quick, did you guys need to know the name of our school? Is that something that you would need to include in?
I don't think so, not right now. We don't have to.
The petition is under your name, so that's.
Yeah.
Go by. Okay, and amending that motion to include making sure that there are 2 instructors, not PILs, but instructors, licensed instructors in the school also, as it's opened.
Yes, ma'am.
And what did we say about the equipment, the required equipment?
That, I thought I did that in the beginning, that they have to meet they have to meet all the requirements that is under this amount of students, which is 6 cosmetologists, 6 hair designers, 6 estheticians, 6 nail techs. This is a long motion. But anyway, I think that includes all of that, include whatever equipment that is needed for that. Or are you asking that it's for the 5,000 square feet? They need that equipment.
Yeah.
That's what you want. You want the equipment that's equivalent to the 5,000 that's in our law book.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then just as a quick clarification, I just wanted to know about that. I know that under the law, it says like a certain amount of shampoo bowls for hair design and cosmos. Do we add that up or just the maximum? Of
The maximum for the school.
The 25 shampoo bowls would be.
Not 25 shampoo bowls, but the stations, all the school requirements.
The workstations is what you're, okay, just making sure. So just take the overall cosmetology requirements and just go off that. Got
You'll
it.
have the space. You'll be fine.
Okay, perfect.
Is there a second? Yeah, we need a second.
It's Board Member Douglas. I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, guys.
Congratulations.
Thank you
so
guys. I
much.
appreciate it. Thanks for the opportunity.
And
Okay.
just one more quick question. Would there be someone that we can have contact with directly so that it's
The board staff.
the board staff, it just any correspondence so that we send.
Interim Director, Leah, who would they be actually working with to get structured?
They should email anything to inspection@nbcosmo, but we can also reach out after the meeting.
Perfect. Thank you guys so much.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you guys.
Have a good one.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Petitioner number 12, Gloria Bagley, OBO Healing Hands Aesthetics, license number S187684. Gloria Bagley, are you here today? Gloria Bagley.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, I'm so sorry. It's my first time Zooming and I didn't know how to switch that on button. I'm so sorry.
Okay, that's okay. That's okay. Can we have you sworn in, please?
Yes.
Now, do you swear to tell the whole truth during your testimony today?
Yes.
Okay, go right ahead.
Well, I never refused an inspector. I said that it needed to be done after my service. And there were arguments in front of my clients. I didn't think that that was the best thing to allow somebody into a room where my client is laying under a sheet with, in a spa wrap in a small area. I thought that that would leave my client vulnerable, and I was protecting my client and my business and my reputation. And I told her that it needed to be done after my client was dressed.
How far were you into that? This is Member Ditzler, into your service.
It actually had just started.
Did you inform the inspector that?
No, but we had quite a bit of an argument in front of my client. She didn't ask me about a time frame. I looked for her after my client walked out, and I went downstairs, and the person at the front desk said that she left she was pretty angry when she left. She looked different than she did when she walked in. And that was about 10 or 15 minutes after I finished.
Okay, is the inspector here yet on that? Is Michelle, is she on there?
I think she had to leave. Let me ask you this one question, and this may be for board staff. What's the typical procedure when, because there's I think what we probably need to do is there's a lot of private and suites, and we're gonna see a lot more of it. So how do we figure out how do we inspect a private room with the door closed? Because the door could be closed for numerous reasons. So what is the procedure when the inspectors go out and they see a door closed and they know that a licensee is actually working in that room? What is the procedure?
So this is Pamela Fitzgerald, inspector. So we normally knock on the door. This is an inspector from State Board of Cosmetology. Are you in service? If they're in service, we'll ask them to put their license under the door, or we will go to the manager or someone in the front if there's someone available and ask who's working in that room. We look them up on our salon app on our phone, and it lets us know if the person is actually in there. We can see the picture and the license number. So it's kind of what we normally do. Okay. Sometimes they don't have the door locked, and sometimes they don't have something on the door stating that they're in service. So we knock, and if we open, we walk in. Sometimes we have walked into things we didn't want to see, so that's kind of how we do it.
Okay, because I think what the board we're hearing today is that there was a situation where the licensee was performing the service, and then she didn't want the inspector to come in because she was servicing her client. But then on the other hand, I hate for the board to have to keep having to hear this because somebody has their door closed and the inspectors can't go in there. And then that means that they can't do their inspection, because if you can't get in the room, you can't do your inspection. Am I correct?
Correct. Correct.
Okay. The inspectors have to be able to do their inspections.
And so Why can't they wait until we're done with our service? You know, I mean, it's not very professional. It's different than getting your nails done or your hair done. You're laying in a spa wrap underneath a sheet. We don't know what these people have been through. We don't know if they're uncomfortable with certain things. This is a relaxing service. This is different than getting your nails done. And when I did call after I received my email with my fine, I spoke to a nice lady down at your office, but I noticed she compared it to private rooms where somebody was getting their nails done. And this is so much different. You know, I've been in business now. This is my 17th year this month, and I never had any problems. The inspectors, if they came, I was in service. I have a sign on my door saying that I'm in service. Please do not disturb. And they would wait for me to be done and then do my inspection. There must be a better way that's more professional, where we can protect our clients. Without our clients, we have no business. We have no need for licenses. And you can do your job and I can do my job. There must be a better way. I'm protecting my clients. Okay, and that's exactly what you're in business for, is to protect the people. And I am protecting her that is in a spa wrap. Anybody that's had a facial, you're in a spa wrap, you're underneath a sheet. Totally different. And so I just wasn't okay with that. I just went straight into Mama Bear of protecting my client and my business that I've worked so hard for.
And I think we do understand that. I totally understand. But then I have to be able to look at all the unlicensed people that we have that has came before us as a board, because we're not the day-to-day staff. We just get to hear the petitions, and it's one after another in private rooms that they can't get to because they have them locked and they're unlicensed. So I'm just trying to figure out, how do we as a board come to a happy medium? Because I know they can't wait for an hour, because now that we have the advanced license, Michael Needling, or the advanced aesthetics, it might be another 2 hours for that service. So do the inspectors leave and they come back and then you have another client? I'm just trying to figure out in my mind, how do the inspectors get to do the inspection? Because the door is locked in your service and the client. I mean, because I know there's a lot of busy licensees out there that have client after client after client. So if you can maybe help us understand.
I would love to. Now I have a lot of friends that are massage therapists. Some people collect shoes. I collect massage therapist friends. And I live out in Boulder City. It's, we're limited on how many people do services out here. And what their board came up with for Boulder City, I can't speak for any other towns or cities, is they made an actual appointment for the private services. And I know that that's time consuming, but if you look at how many times the board does come out and nobody's there, you see, so then they've come out for no reason, or somebody's busy in a service. If there was some way that we could make appointments or in between our clients or something with better communication, that would be great.
And that sounds really good, but it's a little bit of difference, because I do get massages too. Massages is like our board is to regulate the public safety and health of the consumers. So if I have an appointment with State Board, and I'm not gonna have, if I have an appointment and State Board comes out, they're gonna be coming out like they're doing like an initial visit. They're not gonna be actually doing an inspection because there's not gonna be anything that they need to inspect.
Right. I don't know what the answer is. I just know that I felt like I had to protect my client's vulnerability and my business, and that is not what happened there. It was an awful situation. It really was.
Can I say this to you, Miss
Yeah.
Gloria?
Yes.
I just want to make a recommendation, and this is going to be my recommendation staff and board. So if it doesn't sound right, that's fine. But I just want to say that I do understand this situation here, but to me, moving forward in the future, the inspection team has to be able to get in your suite. There's not going to be any other way, because that's the whole purpose of the inspection. I think now that you're here, we hear your side of the story, staff get to hear your side of the story. But to me, in my mind, that moving forward, that if an inspector comes to a private suite, the state regulation supersedes the licensee. They have to come in and inspect.
Okay, so you, with all due respect, I don't want my voice to sound threatening, not threatening, but rude.
Okay.
So the board is protected in your sense, but my business is not protected. My business has been violated in front of a client. Her service has been interrupted that she's paid $100 or more for. So we're all here for the people, but we're not working together right now.
Okay, so what we probably have to do moving forward, and you can probably assist in this, that has to be a law change, because the inspection, the board's responsibility right now, the inspector's responsibility is to regulate, and they can't regulate if they can't get inside. We have no appointments that's in our law where the board, where we can, the inspectors can come out. They make an appointment and they come out to inspect. That's not in the law. Inspection is in the law. So that would have to be something that we would have to change through legislation, and let legislation decides if your private room can't be inspected. You know, just like when the fire safety comes out to our business, they come out to our business, we're not there, and they see something that's not in compliance, we automatically get a fine. But they don't call us and tell us that they're coming, because they're coming to inspect to see. So we would have to actually get prepared to change the law to be able to say that the state can have to have in the law an appointment to go out and inspect a private suite.
Member Ditzler, I have a couple questions, Madam Chair. As far as it is the element of surprise, because an appointment, everybody's going to have all their I's dotted and their T's crossed. Yeah. It's to actually see them in the process of doing what they do. And I think that the licensee and the inspector, they can also work together too. It sounds to me like the inspector that had spoke earlier, what she said as far as putting your license under the door if your client is uncomfortable with somebody else in the room, or being able to converse with your client and ask them if they're comfortable or uncomfortable with someone coming into the room. If they're not comfortable, they can relay that to the inspector, and the inspector can decide whether to come back or just take the license and do that part of it. And make sure that that person that's supposed to be working has a license. That's the reason for going inside, and it is an element of surprise. If you make an appointment, it's just as if you were opening something new. Right. And there's no way of knowing that if you're really on the up and up with your process. I understand that Miss Gloria has been doing this for a lot of years and is probably very professional at what she does. I just think that at this time, there was probably a little bit of a, well, neither one of them wanted to give at the time, so they didn't do that. But I think that there's something that we can work, because I do not think that making an appointment will ever probably be put in the laws. But
Okay, well, you know what? That sounds wonderful. That wasn't suggested to me. It was more like pushing through my door kind of a thing. And that would have been beautiful. That if that would have been handled like that, the words that just came out of your mouth, I wouldn't be sitting on the phone now for over 2.5 hours, and I wouldn't be in this situation. It was more like an argument. It was to push through. I've got the right, you can look, whatever. It was just a big argument. And
but can I say this to you, Miss Gloria, and to you also, Miss Dixler? I think that the issue is not so much putting the license up under the door. I don't know if that's the remedy, because the issues that we're having with the unlicensees. So how would that even work? If somebody's pushing a license up under the door and the inspector never gets to inspect the room. So I just think that's something that staff needs to actually, the interim director can work out with the inspection team, because the room is what needs to be inspected. Not putting the license up under the door.
yes,
That's not going to fulfill it.
So she also did mention, though, and this is the part that clicked with me, was she said, communicating with the client, are you okay with an inspector coming in? That's what I was impressed with. Okay. That's something that would work. Are you okay with that, my inspector coming in? Well, no, she's really not. Okay, well, when will you be finished with your service? I need 20 minutes. That.
Okay. I think that's
the key right there. But it was very, very uncomfortable for both of us. I lost money over it. I've been stressed over it.
Okay, don't stress over it.
Well, no, because I don't want to. I've worked really hard at my business. You know how it is. We work hard and built a wonderful clientele that I appreciate. And I felt like they were being violated.
Okay, so we have a solution. I guess the interim director is sitting there and she's listening. And so maybe it needed to be a conversation, because I'm not comfortable with the license going up under the door and she take the license and leave. I'm not comfortable with that as a board member. But the conversation being had, I'm more comfortable with that.
Yes.
Okay, so can somebody make a motion on to uphold or not uphold the fine?
Let's see.
Because I think it's possible action. Do we want to uphold the petitioner's violation that she's disputing, or do we want to not uphold the?
Personally, I would have liked to have heard the inspector's side too. That being said, I will make a motion to
we table it?
We can table it.
Do you want to table it? She's already stressed out. So I don't want to have her come back again.
I think she sounds to be like fairly professional and honest about it. So, I mean, we have to hear both sides of the story as well, but I understand.
Okay. Since we don't have both versions or both sides, I'm going to ask that we dismiss this fine. My motion is to dismiss the fine for Gloria, is it Badgley?
Bad.
Okay. S 1876684.
Can I ask a question before I call for a second? Did the inspectors ever go back to inspect?
No.
Okay, I would like for them to go back.
Okay, and so you want that in my motion? Okay, and to amend the motion to have one of the inspectors return and do an inspection.
Can I get a second?
This is Board Member Douglas. I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Petitioner number 13 is Quanisha. Is it Quanisha Beauty Bar? U1010-12544. Petitioner, are you available?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Can you raise your right hand, please?
Yes.
Petitioner, do you swear to tell the truth in your testimony today?
Yes. And it's Quisha's Beauty Bar, by the way.
It's Quisha.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, so the reason why I appealed 2 violations. I got one for not having my esthetician license, and the other one was for operating a salon without a license. Which for one, I was not aware that I had to have a business license just to have my establishment up, because my name is Quisha's Beauty Bar and Boutique. So I have my office space for eventually when I start to take clients, and then it's also like a back end. So my office where I like gather my stuff together for my online boutique. And I'm in the process of getting my esthetician license. I just don't believe I was fined fairly. I don't believe I was given enough time to get everything in order, being that I did take some time off after I completed my 600 hours. And then I ended up moving to Vegas literally at the beginning of COVID. So now that everything has settled and I found a good space and all that, I have a test date for the end of this month, the 27th. So I'm trying to see if I can get these fines removed, if not at least one of them, because I just feel like I was fined unfairly.
Ms. Lee, you're in Nevada. Did you check any of the laws in our law book?
That I check any of the law. What do
Yeah,
you
if
mean?
you're going to school, did you not know, you knew going to school that there's certain processes that you have to go through when you're opening a salon or when you are going, because you can't just go out and do, you said aesthetics, you can't do aesthetics without a license. And
yes, I'm aware of that. I haven't performed any services in Nevada. I perform services in California under a licensed esthetician.
But you have a salon that is
correct, that I
those
only work
services?
in.
That what?
That there's only me in. So it's a private suite. It's only me in there. It's not really a salon.
Well, let me find out what is it that she's being cited for here?
That's exactly what I was confused for. Michelle has came to my suite a numerous amount of times, trying to catch me in the act. I barely go up to my suite as it is. So I will go in my suite and I will see her investigator card. It came to the point where she left like maybe 4 of them. There's also a receptionist there that she told me out of her mouth that Michelle has come there numerous times looking for me, and I'm never there because I'm barely there. Like it's kind of like a storage in a way, because I'm waiting till I get licensed to perform services in Nevada. So
But you're advertising that you are doing services.
Correct. Now that I will admit, yes, I do hashtag Las Vegas esthetician to get my platform going on my business page. I have not performed services in Nevada.
Well, your ads show that you are doing services, and so do your reviews.
Yeah. My ads show and my reviews.
Your reviews also state what a good job you do. And I pulled up an ad off of the internet a Groupon coupon. And this was on July 7th. And you were cited in May, so you're still have this up. And you're still evidently performing services.
No, I have not performed services. And yes, the advertisement is still up. Because like I said, I perform services in California, which I'm allowed to do so.
But this says Nevada. Las
Correct.
Vegas, Nevada.
Correct. I have paused my Groupons. I have to get in contact with the merchant in order to do so. I've stopped the ads and all that. So it's not really much I can do on my end if I've paused them and they haven't come into effect.
So let me ask you a question, Board Member Bramo. Here in the documentation, are you aware that the property manager even spoke to the inspector to say that you were open? Are you aware of that part too?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Are you aware that the inspector spoke to the property manager that manages the property and told her that you were inside your suite and your business is open?
See, and that day is very explainable as well. Michelle came to the shop. She said that she knocked on the door and she heard music playing, which I can honestly say, if you were to run back the camera footage from that day, we have cameras all through those suites. I was not there, and the receptionist will tell you herself.
No, I'm just saying what we're reading here is, and all the board members have this documentation, is that the property manager.
How was the property manager stating anything that the property manager never comes to that site?
Leslie, is Leslie Mitchell the property manager there?
No, she's the receptionist.
Okay, do you know she spoke to the inspector, told the inspector that you were there and you were open that day?
Correct. That she said that I was not there, and she continued to put the fine under the door. I've never seen Michelle in person before. I've never, ran into her coming to my suite. So for her to say that she came to the suite and I refused to open the door, I don't have one of the outlooks or anything like that. I don't even know who would be at my door. It could be a package. It could be Miss Leslie. It could be anyone. Why would I purposely ignore her? She's never come to my suite and I was there.
I think this is where the problem is, and we probably need to table this into Michelle's here, because Leslie Mitchell actually spoke, not called or anything like that. She spoke to our inspector, and she told our inspector that yes, the salon is open and the owner is inside her suite today. So I think because Michelle's not here, in all fairness to Michelle, the inspector, we need to be able to hear that Leslie told her this, and this is just not something that we have in our documentation. Because
yes, I believe that's fair, because she said the same exact words to me. Miss Leslie literally said the same words to me. I have no reason to lie. I'm not saying Michelle's lying, but I have no reason to lie.
No, I understand what you're saying, but when our inspector is told that you are there and you are inside your suite and you are inside working, they have a responsibility to the state.
Yes, no, I understand that. But the day that you're literally talking about, Leslie told me herself as well that you weren't even back there. So I'm not too sure why she continued to go to your door. Because you have to pass up the receptionist in order to go to my door. I'm no longer at that suite anymore, but at the time you have to pass up the receptionist to be able to come to my direct door. And she told me that she spoke to Michelle and she told her that I was not back there. She proceeded to go back there anyways.
I think that's the second time. But it's more.
Well, regardless of the times is what I'm saying. I was never there when Michelle came. Every time she came, I was never there. Because I'm barely there. When I walked into the fines, I seen it like a week or two later because I'm barely there.
Go ahead.
Gwen, this is Janie from the office staff. If I can interrupt, Michelle didn't actually issue the violation that day. She was at the building on a routine inspection where she noticed what appeared to be several unlicensed salons, and passed that information on to office staff, where she was cited by office staff based on our investigation. So I can walk you through the details of that if you would like. This isn't from an inspection that Michelle did. She just passed the information along to the office staff.
Okay, so Michelle went to this particular location, and this particular location is Salon Suites?
Yes, exactly. And well, it's in a building, not like with suites, but
Right.
each individual room is licensed as an establishment, and she came upon this particular one where we did the investigation and cited her from the office.
Okay, and you were able to, do we have the documentation of the services being rendered in Las Vegas and the reviews?
Yes, if you want to give me just a moment, we'll just share the screen.
Can you please? Can you please?
Share. So if you'll see, can you see the screen now?
Yes.
Okay, so this is what we were able to find once we were notified about Keisha's Beauty Bar. On the first slide, you'll see that she says Las Vegas esthetician underneath her Instagram account. She does say that there are Sacramento pop-up dates, but the tag is a Las Vegas esthetician tag. And then if you go down to the next slide, you'll see some other things, teen facial, and then some treatment room photos. The reason these are on here, and it may be kind of hard for you guys to see, but if you notice in the upper left corner of each photo, it's tagged in Las Vegas. And then on the next screen, you'll see advertising for a March special, specifically Las Vegas esthetician, Las Vegas spa. Advertising for what appear to be services of an esthetician performed in a Las Vegas establishment. The next photo is from Keisha's Beauty Bar's booking page, where the second line clearly states Las Vegas babies, I'm located 5 minutes from the Strip. So this page, in addition to the following pages, are all the services that you could book through the booking page that very clearly state it's a Las Vegas based service. It does also say now servicing the Sacramento area, but it's only specific dates that are posted. So for all intents and purposes, it would appear that whatever service you are going to book is in the Las Vegas area. The next page shows the services in detail, facials, belly facial, vagifacial, basic facial, it goes on. Waxing services are available as well on this page, again, from the Las Vegas booking page for Keisha's Beauty Bar. And then there's a photo of her room that was provided to us by Michelle, just included in there. Then there are Groupons on the next page showing the different services. These are the services that were rooms that were also tagged with the Vegas tag, and these were found in May of this year. Then she has some photos of her performing waxing services, the tag of aesthetics, Las Vegas Strip, Vegas waxing. And then this photo was also provided by Michelle, which shows Keisha Lee, esthetician. This was found on the property of the establishment, where her beauty bar is located, the business cards. And then she also has, from her Instagram, we checked after she had been sent to cease and desist and cited. We checked just right before the meeting on June 28th, and she's still advertising services in addition to training classes. Pretty much the only thing that has changed is that she has taken down Las Vegas esthetician.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments from any other board members?
This is Board Member Douglas. I'd like to know, is she just renting spot, or is she saying she's just renting this spot just to rent it?
No,
'Cause I'm trying to
I'm saying the office is made for me to perform services, which I have not done yet, is what I'm saying. It's also made for my office. hence the name Quisha's Beauty Bar and Boutique. So you have to have the back end of it, which I do not do at home. That's what my suite is for. It's for my entire business.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I
Any other
had throughout the
questions?
comment that it was kind of like a storage for the time being. There's nothing wrong with stocking up on your inventory. There should be nothing wrong with promoting your services for you to get a platform base before you officially move over to a state. I didn't know that that was against what I'm able to do. And instead of finding me so quickly, I feel like I should have been educated. Now, I don't have the lady's last name, but I spoke to Nora, and she told me that I wouldn't get fined for operating a salon without a license, being that was out of Michelle's area. I'm not sure exactly the proper term on that, but she told me that was out of her jurisdiction. She wasn't able to do that. And Nora told me that she wouldn't fine me. So I'm not too sure why I have two $1,000 fines that equal up to $2,000.
Let me explain. I think this will kind of better explain this. It's not out of Michelle's scope. Michelle's a state board inspector, and anytime cosmetological services are being performed, the inspectors have the authority to fine, to inspect the rooms, and the staff compliance team has the authority to Instagram any photos, any type of information to support the inspector's claim is within their rights. At this time, I'm just gonna go ahead and allow the board to make that decision. I would like to call for a motion, please.
Member Ditzler, I'd like to make a motion that we uphold the fines towards Keisha's Beauty Bar and Boutique, number U-1010125544.
It's Board Member Douglas. I second that motion.
Before we are called for the final, I would like to make sure, because it looks like Keisha will be taking her exam at the end of the month. Can we make a motion of how the fines need to be paid?
Is she going to get a license here in Nevada?
Yes, she has an appointment that she stated earlier.
Okay, is it a reciprocity or is it, is she coming just out of school?
I don't think that part really matters right now, but in order to be licensed in the state, can you put in the motion how the fine actually need to be paid? That would help us, Board Member Dixler.
I'm going to ask for staff's recommendation whether they need it paid out in payments. Does it need to be paid before she can get her license?
The board's going to make that motion. You're going to make that motion.
Okay, I'll make that motion then, that she can take her exam, but she cannot get her license until the fines are paid.
Can I get a second?
It's Board Member Douglas. I second.
Can I say something before you guys finalize that?
Go right ahead.
Like I said, I just moved out here. This is, besides the money that I get to take care of my son, this is my form of income right here, performing services in California. So for you guys to not allow me to get my license in order to be able to pay these fines that you guys are refusing to take off is kind of like you're stopping me from doing what I need to do to open up my business, to be legit and get going.
You said you worked in California.
So I feel like something fit, yes, but that also involves with traveling back and forth. And I just mentioned I also have a child that goes to school in Nevada. School will be back up and going soon. So what I feel like, what I'm asking for pretty much is, if I set up a payment arrangement and I stick to my payment arrangement, would I still be able to get my license?
We ask the board, all the board is doing is upholding the law. And anytime a licensee is performing services, they can't be licensed in the state of Nevada without the fines being paid.
Okay, and you guys aren't willing to drop off one of the fines, being that, like I said, it should have been more of an educational purpose instead of her being so quick to fine me?
This, I believe,
The
has been over
operating a
several
salon without a
months.
license.
It's been several months, Madam Chair.
Yes, but Baltazar, can we hear from you?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I hate to reiterate this, but it is a licensee's or prospective licensee's responsibility to read up on the laws. Ignorance of the laws does not absolve you from personal responsibility. So again, just like our previous case, it is an individual's responsibility to keep up to date with the laws.
Okay, so can I go ahead? Can you restate your motion, Board Member Dixler?
Make a motion that we uphold the citations of Keisha's Beauty Bar and Boutique, number U1010125544. And she will need to pay the fines before she can collect her license. If she takes her test here, she can't get her license until the fines are paid.
Can I get a second?
This is Board Member Douglas. I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Chair, petitioner 14 has been moved.
Petitioner number 14, what was that?
They've requested to move to a later meeting.
They haven't been on our agenda before?
They have not.
Okay, so can I have somebody make a motion to move petitioner number 14, V3139620 to the next meeting?
This is Board Member Douglas. I'd like to move petition V3139620 until our next meeting.
Can I get a second?
Member Ditzler, second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. I think we just have a couple more and we're done. I hate to stop. We're on the roll. Petitioner number 15, Fantasia Bolden N 47609. Are you here today? Fantasia Bolden N 47609. Petitioner is disputing violations. Can I get a motion, please?
This is Board Member Douglas. I would like to uphold Fantasia Bolden N -47609 petition.
Can I get a
Board Member
second?
Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Petitioner number 16, Jody Tatum, C40126. Petitioner is disputing the violations of a cease desist. Is Jody Tatum available today?
Yes, ma'am. How you doing?
Okay, good. How are you?
I'm doing
Can
just
you
fine.
raise your right hand, please?
Yes.
Okay, can you be sworn in?
Mr. Tatum, do you swear to tell the whole truth in your testimony today?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, go right ahead.
Hello, how y'all doing? I was calling in. I came in and petitioned the accusations that I'm trying to operate as a business and promote online. I'm a licensed cosmetologist that worked out of a shop, and due to COVID, I had shut down business because I had just moved into my place. So I haven't been working. And when I received the fine and petition, I was sent a picture of me cutting somebody's hair out of my home, but I never had promoted as I'm operating as a business. And I was asking too, was it a issue of me cutting someone's hair at my house? Because I never promoted it. I was a business or I'm operating as a business. I just went live cutting my son's hair, if that was the picture. Other than that, I don't even cut hair at my home. So I was told to take down pictures or things like that from me cutting hair because I had a website from the old shop I used to work at off of Instagram. And I think that's why I was bugged at, but I'm not quite sure. So I was
Okay.
just,
No, go ahead. I just said, okay.
so I was just calling in to try to get these fines vacated so that I can proceed and moving forward to get out the shop. So that's why I'm here this morning.
Okay. Can we have board staff? Can you show us some pictures, please?
Yes. So this is Mr. Tatum's license account. If you scroll down, you'll show that he has no work location updated with us. And then this comes back from October of 2021, I think, when there was an initial complaint made. There, if you scroll down, you'll see his Facebook page where you can book through the Facebook page, and below that you see what looks to be an in-home salon. We have no salon licensing information for this establishment. It posted on his social media. Then you can go through his Instagram, where we are seeing some photos of different individuals getting haircuts at what are either unlicensed establishments or in his home facility.
Okay.
And so you'll see one right there where the photo is obviously located within a kitchen with the service being provided.
Board Member Douglas, Mr. Tatum, is it possible you can explain that to us?
The pictures that you guys do see, that was a place, the picture of where I did have my chair set up in my home. That is correct, but I do not operate out of my home as a business. That was a profile picture of like when I had just got my chair out of the pandemic from the shop that I was working at, because I used to work at a studio in the back of the shop because I was a licensed Cosmo. So that was my like a profile picture of me still being able to access work, but I was still not working out of my home. That banner that you guys see right there is my Instagram picture for me just being able to service the people that I've continued to service with. So
I know. I think Mr. Tatum, some of the problem is that those photos were like in September 2021 was still showing different pictures of people that looked like they were getting haircuts and had got haircuts, and it was like when the governor had released for everybody to go back to work. I seen you had some 2020, then I seen a lot of 2021. But how long have you been licensed as a cosmetologist?
I'm licensed as a cosmetologist for now. I would say 8 years, because I was up to do renewal this year, and
So you were licensed in the state of Nevada?
Yes, ma'am. I've been licensed.
I'm going to recommend you, because the laws, I mean, they're like evolving all the time. I'm going to recommend you get a law book or go online and look at the laws. I mean, I know that things were like really tough during COVID, but there were people that really stuck it out and just sacrificed, and, you know, everybody wasn't able to turn their homes into places where they could cut hair and service clients. And we've had so many people. I mean, it's just illegal in our state to service clients in your home and to be able to profit from it. And I think it's kind of hard when we have like hardcore evidence of all these people. And originally you said it was cutting your son's hair. And then it's like, we look at all these pictures, it's like all different kinds of people.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that I'm cutting hair at the house because I have a picture of a counter and somebody's getting a haircut.
But the last one in September showed a kitchen.
Yes, ma'am. And what's the crime of me cutting somebody's hair in my house if I'm not operating as a business? I'm not promoting as a business out of my home.
No,
No. The website is so that people can book from me because I had a business page way before pandemic had shut down.
do we have staff, do we have a location where our licensees have to, do we have a location where Mr. Tatum is working? Then that way we can just take it off the table?
Let me look to see if he has a current work location.
Okay, let's see what location he's working. And in September, September 21st was the last photo. What location was he actually employed at?
At this time, there is still no updated work location.
Okay. Any other court? Okay, Baltazar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honestly, I kind of forgot what I was going to ask. So, sir, you just admitted to performing these services in your home when, if I recall correctly, originally you were saying that you were not performing these services. So, as the conversation is unraveling, you're admitting to your own guilt. You also indicated that you had possibly been bugged, but these images, they're not covert images. They're pretty obvious pictures that were taken. Can you elaborate a little bit further on what exactly you meant by you were bugged?
Okay, so listen, I'm saying I cut my son hair in my home. That's what I do. I have cut my son hair, but I don't promote as cutting hair in my home as you guys are saying, particularly because of the pictures too. The problem is that I posted a picture of where my area looked like, and it was from my place, but that's not the place that I cut hair from. I used to work out of a spot called 5-Star Barbershop, and that's where I was operating from. But in October, when I got this bug from my email, meaning like the text, it was saying that I had been operating as a business out of my home, and that's not true. I've just had pictures of where I cut to show people that I cut hair. It's not that I'm promoting from my home. That one picture that is shown to me in my kitchen is of me cutting my kid's hair. You feel me? But what's the problem with me promoting a picture of me cutting hair? You feel me? That's not saying that I'm promoting as a business. That's just me advertising what I do. I'm a licensed cosmetologist.
But where do you do it? If you're promoting, you cut hair, where are you cutting the hair?
I'm cutting hair right now. I was cutting hair out of Virtue's Beauty Salon off of Gowan and Pecos, and I was cutting hair there until now time for me to renew my license. And when I went to try to renew it, I forgot about that I haven't petitioned this. When I tried, it was already gone. So I tried to get this taken care of so that I can move forward because I have found a new place to work. I hadn't been working at all because I had got fined with this. So the place that I was working at last year this time was there and I couldn't do anything. So I just been waiting to try to take care of this because through financial hardship and just being here, I haven't been able to work. So I've just been waiting for this opportunity to move forward. Is there a crime or a fine that I can't promote me taking pictures and showing on Instagram as my business account without having a quote unquote place of business at this time?
Yes. You have to be able to promote your business. You can't let them book through and then show clients on Instagram or any type of advertisement in our state, state the regulations. You must be in an actual business. It talks about that in the law. That's why I was asking you when the last time you were able to look at the law book to see that you had to be in a place of business to perform services. It's a law. And it's been a law for many of years, and that was a concern of mine if you had that, if you knew that was a law, because this is what we're getting a lot of. I don't think that the licensees are taking a look at the law, and maybe we need to do some kind of adjustment before.
I would honestly say that
take their exam for law.
I didn't know that it was a crime or a fine to that, me promoting as being a licensed cosmetologist. That's the honest truth. I'm not operating as a business per se out of my home. It was just to promote me as myself legally still cutting hair.
Yeah.
So in the state of matter, I was just asking for some type of discrepancy that I can move forward to continue, because this is one of my sources of income, but one of my majors, because I wash cars also, but cutting hair has been my bread and butter. So
No, I understand. I think all the board members understand, because we all have license too. So I think everybody understands that, but we're just here to uphold the law. And when the petitioners come before us with the inspection team and the compliance team have information, we can only go by the information. We can listen to the petitioner, and if it correlates with the information that the state is giving us, then we can say, okay, well, but it's the same. You're saying that you're promoting yourself, and then we're seeing something else different. We're seeing you're promoting yourself without a place of business, and then we see all the pictures, and then we see multiple rooms set up, a room set up that looks like it's in a home. Then we see a kitchen with a person sitting there. But earlier when you said you only cut your son's hair, and then we were wondering like how the other people get their hair cut when it was only your son's from the beginning.
yeah, because that picture, the pictures of me with the banner is at a different place. That's not at my home.
Yeah, but the last picture that we seen in September was in the kitchen. It was in a white kitchen. You can see the microwave and everything.
I can't deny that picture.
Okay, okay, I understand. I mean, we're only here just to uphold the law. We listen and try to be able to see how we can help the petitioners, but we have to be able to uphold the law. In order to stay licensed and working, you have to be working in a licensed establishment. So if you're promoting yourself, you need to make sure that your material has the licensed establishment that you're promoting. Okay, so can I get a motion, please?
Member Ditzler, I would make a motion to uphold the fines for Jody Tatum, C-40126.
Can I get a second?
It's Board Member Douglas. I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So Mr. Tatum, you can contact the board staff and they can tell you how to proceed further.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Petitioner number 17, Tiffany Wilmore, A-104-849. The petitioner is disputing a violation of cease and desist. Tiffany Wilmore. Can I have a motion, please?
Member Ditzler, I make a motion that we uphold the citation for Tiffany Wilmore, A-104-849.
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Petitioner 18 is Crystal Batista. Crystal Batista, a cease and desist. Discussion and possible action, license number U, well, not license number, but U101012572 is the petitioner available today. There was 2 cease and desist, if you see that board.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to call for a motion.
Board Member Ditzler, I make a motion that we uphold the citations for Crystal Batista, U1010125575.
Can I get a second?
Board Member Douglas, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Petitioner, is it Jamila Jackson? Petitioner number 19, license number C53275.
I'm here.
You're here? Can
Yes.
you raise your right hand, please?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson, do you swear to tell the truth in your testimony today?
Yes.
Thank you.
I would like to say hello, everyone, and thank you for taking the time out to sit here all day and deal with this. But I wanted to go ahead and say I am a single mother of 4, and I moved to Las Vegas 2 years ago alone by myself. So it's just me and my kids here. I've been a cosmetologist, licensed cosmetologist for years. Moved from California, came here, got my license, and I received a notice in the mail April 18th. It was a cease and desist notice. I believe I'm saying it right. And when I got that notice, I called up there and I didn't get a response back, so I waited. And then I received another notice April 28th with the fines of an invoice stating that I'm operating a salon without a license and practicing without a license or certificate. When I received that notice, I gave her another call. I was able to get through and spoke to someone. She stated that they accidentally made a mistake by fining me $1,000 with practicing without a license because I had my license. And she said she brought it down to, she took $500 off. And I'm just a little confused of why I'm even being fined and why do they have that I don't have my license when I been had my license. So I'm just a little confused of what's going on.
Okay. Can we see staff information, please, for Jamila Jackson?
Yes. So we did send her the cease and desist on the 18th. I'm not sure who she spoke with in office about that. Originally, we didn't know who she was to say that she was a person with a license, so she was able to contact us and clear that up. But it was clear through her social media and I think just her social media that she was working outside of a licensed establishment. If you take a look at these photos, they're inside of a garage. She was issued just the citation as a warning, or excuse me, the cease and desist as a warning. No citation was sent until a couple weeks after when we followed up to see that she was still posting services outside of a licensed establishment. You can see where they say Las Vegas, appointment available, and the different services that are being provided. Looks like flat iron, braiding, and color services within what appear to be a garage. Then there are some more services as you scroll through these photos to see, looks like she's doing some wig placement, some thermal styling, all inside of a home establishment. On her Instagram page, you can see that you can DM to book her and different, her booking website page, all the services with no work location on her. So she ultimately was just cited for operating a salon without a license, which would be in her home and practicing in a location not authorized by the board.
So we only, you've only assessed her as 2 cease and desist. Are we assessing her for both?
What we've been trying to do when we receive complaints about unlicensed activity, we try to send a cease and desist out first as a warning to explain you're doing something that you shouldn't be doing, please stop. Then we circle back and check to see if there's still unlicensed activity going on. If there is, at that time, they get a second cease and desist and a citation. So typically, almost everyone is issued a warning before a dollar amount being assessed.
Okay.
Okay, can I interrupt for a second? You guys sent me this notice April 18th as a warning, I'm guessing. And then 10 days later, you guys sent me an invoice with a fine of $2,000. So you guys basically said that you guys reached out to me only 10 days later and came back and gave me a fine. I've been in the salon for years. I can even have my owner vouch for me. these people that you guys see on my page, these are my kids and my family. I didn't know that I couldn't record me doing my kids' hair in my home to advertise also. So I didn't know that that was a rule out here that you guys can't do that. I'm from California also, so I didn't know I couldn't record. I travel back and forth from California to here and do clients in their home, in hotels, all over the place. I don't only just work in a salon. So I didn't think it was a big deal for me to record me doing my kids or my family members in my home. I have 4 kids and I'm not going to bring strangers into my home and run a business out of my home. That's not safe for a woman to do with 4 kids. So I'm just a little confused of, you know, what the big problem is.
Are you going, you said you were traveling doing hair?
Yes, I
Yes,
still
ma'am.
do. I travel back and forth from California to here. I make more money in California than I do in Las Vegas. So I go back to California and I work in a salon in California. I have videos and pictures of me working in there. I have videos and pictures, and all the videos that you guys are seeing, I don't post when I do the video. I post months later, years later. I don't post soon as I do the recording. I don't go and post soon as I'm done with the service. It takes me months to post because I have problems with my Instagram. So I can't post every day. I don't post consistently with my clients of what I'm doing. But as you guys can see, I'm working in a hair salon right now in Henderson of Las Vegas, of Nevada.
How long have you been working there?
I've been working there for over a year. And I worked in the salon. I still have a salon that I work in California also, in Oakland, California. And I go to people's houses and whatever people need me to, if I need to go to a hotel, somebody want a house call at a hotel, I'll go to the hotel. I didn't know that it was such a bad thing. I'm sorry?
Do you do that here?
Do I do what here?
Do you go to the hotels here? And
when I'm back in California, when I go back to California, I'll go to my clients. But here I have a salon that I work at. So if they want their hair done, they come to the salon. But I don't bring anyone into my home. This is my safe place for me and my kids only. And I didn't know that I couldn't do my family members in my home because those are my family. They're coming to visit. I didn't want to have to bring them to the shop. They're comfortable. And I didn't know it was such a bad thing to do my my friends and my family hair here.
Can we hear from Baltazar again? He had his hand up.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. But previous board member already clarified that she's not performing or going to homes and hotel rooms here in Nevada because, you know, that would in itself would be an issue. And I'm hoping that you're aware that you cannot do that.
Yeah, no, I don't do that here because I have a salon that I work for in here. I'm
So
saying when I
let
go
me
back
let
home.
me ask you the question, staff. Once the cease and desist was sent, and then we saw some additional pictures in the same type of format, what happened with the cease and desist? Why wouldn't we just cease and desist and not do no more hair in the garage?
Are you asking the staff that?
No, I'm just saying the cease and desist was submitted April 18th, right? When you went back to the Instagram is what I'm hearing, that you continue to see more work after the cease and desist.
Correct, yes.
Okay. I want to
And
call
that's
for a
my
motion.
thing. That's my thing is, yes, if they went back and seen that, that doesn't mean that if I post a picture, that doesn't mean I post a picture and I took a picture that same day. Or if I recorded on that same day. That could have been an old recording that I recorded a long time ago. You know, they gave me the warning. So when they gave me the warning, I didn't know I was supposed to run to my Instagram and delete all of the videos, or I couldn't post those videos. I didn't know it was going to be a big deal. Once I received this notice, I reached out to them and I didn't post any more of the pictures of the videos of me doing my kids' hair in the garage.
Okay,
because
so
I
staff,
didn't
I got a
understand.
question for staff.
Yes.
Do we have dates on those pictures? After the cease and desist?
I do have some dates on pictures. I think part of the reason that we came up with this is if you go to Keep going. This photo right here, where it says Las Vegas frontal installment, Las Vegas frontal. If you can look closely at the photo, you can kind of look through the doorway of where she's working into that being probably, that looks like a home establishment with some photos on the wall. And then you'll see on the left-hand side that green wall covering with the flowers on it. And then if you scroll down a ways, you'll notice right there, that's where every photo is posted in front of.
And that was after the cease and desist.
Yes, those were continued to be posted after the cease and desist, which is why a second cease and desist and citation was issued.
Okay.
And I could vouch for that also. I have a salon that I worked at that had all of that in the background, and it had double doors. The other side was another room. So I can show you guys the picture of the door, the fan, the TV, everything that's inside of a salon. So just because you guys are seeing those pictures doesn't mean that those are physically in my garage. The ones that show the garage, that actually show the garage, those are in the garage. But the ones with the pictures with the grass and stuff, that's not in the garage. So I think you guys are just getting a little confused of the grass and the background and the pictures in the garage. You can tell when it's in the garage and you can tell when that's inside of a salon. It's two different places. And those are actually old pictures and videos. So if you guys can go to my Instagram today.
I think the issue is when a cease and desist is issued, and we keep having the same problem. I'm not understanding why when the state issues the cease and desist, we continue to post these pictures. And it's almost every petitioner that comes before us keep posting pictures of this information when they're asked to stop.
Okay, my other question is, I was a little confused of how she fined me in saying that I was practicing without a license. So did she fine me for $1,000, $2,000 for running a salon and practicing without a license? Because now I'm still confused of what are you guys asking me to pay?
Okay, so what are the fines? So we can call a motion for this one. The fines staff were for
operating as a license and practicing in a location not authorized by the board, and the total is $1,500.
You reduced it $500.
But my question on my invoice that you guys sent me, it says $1,000 for operating a salon without a license. And then it says $1,000 for individually practicing without a license or certificate. So wouldn't that remove the $1,000?
I can help you. I can help you with that one. With the operating the salon without a license means an establishment license.
Okay.
You have to have an establishment license in order to operate your own salon. So if you don't have an establishment license because you're operating a business, then it's considered as the operating establishment without a license means a salon establishment license.
Okay, so even if I am working in a salon.
Yeah, I mean, if you're working in a salon, I just recommend, and I don't know, we've had so much that the state has put on the website to the licensees about it, especially our out of state. We have a lot of in-state that's happening too, but our meetings are just full of just people working out of their homes, people working unlicensed, people, unlicensed establishment means your home is not licensed to do by the state for establishment work. And I think that this is some of the issues that we're having is that you have to be in a licensed establishment. All licensees must work in an establishment that holds a license by the state of Nevada.
Yeah, regardless if they're family.
Yes.
See, I didn't know that.
Yes.
I didn't think that I had to bring my kids and my family into the salon
Because
to do their hair. I thought.
Because when you're posting pictures, people don't look at it as your family. We're listening to you, but the consumers don't know it's family. The consumer, all they see is all this beautiful work that you have to show, and they want you to be able to participate with them. So they're going to book the service. That's all they see.
Yeah, and then when they book the
They don't know
service,
it's
they come to
family
the
members. You're
salon.
just telling us it's family. The state doesn't know it's family members because people have big families, 20, 30, 13, 14 nieces and nephews. I have more than that now. So, I mean, it's just kind of hard to say who's family, who's not, when you're posting the pictures for pay.
Well, I understand, but I just didn't understand the part where,
I know it's a tough one.
yeah, and I have kids and that's all I do is hair. And I've been doing it for years and I'm a single mother and I'm out here trying to do the best I can do and work as hard as I can to provide. So
we understand that, but you can't post pictures and ask for pay when you're posting out of your home.
yeah, I will never post pictures of my home because I didn't know that it was a big deal. I have
We have compliance managers and that's what they do. They sit back, they go, that's the only way that we're going to be able to help regulate some of this. That's their job. Okay, so can I get a motion, please?
This board member Douglas, I would like to uphold Jamila Jackson petition or fine rather, C 53275.
Can I get a second?
Member Ditzler, I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So Ms. Jackson, you can just reach out to the state and they can see what they take it further than that. We don't get involved in that.
Okay, and is it 15, right?
Yes.
1,500.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. This is our last petition and we're gonna go ahead and finish this one. Petitioner number is Pink Nail Spa, Salon 11668, Pink Nail Spa. Are you here today? Disputing violations, Pink Nail Spa, S11668.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes, can you give me a moment? I pull in and talk because I waited the whole time. I have to go home to my kids. So give me 1 minute. I pull in.
Okay, well, we'll come back to you, okay? We'll come back to you in like 3 or 4 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. We're gonna go on down to, do you guys need like a restroom break for 5 minutes? Or we good?
Yes. Yes.
Someone said yes.
Yes, we need a 5-minute break.
That's all I'm gonna give you guys is 5 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, we're ready.
Yes.
Okay, awesome.
Okay. My name is Dr. Din. I'm the owner of the Pink Nail Spa.
Okay, hold on one second, okay, Pink Nail Spa. I'm gonna call the meeting back to order.
Okay.
I just want to call the meeting back to order. This is the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology meeting. The date is 7/11/2022. The time is 12:49. The petitioner is number 20, Pink Nail Spa, S11668. Petitioner, can you raise your right hand?
Ma'am, do you swear to tell the whole truth in your testimony today?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, you can go right ahead.
So my name is Dr. Din. So I received the citation, and the time of the citation, unfortunately I wasn't there, and I received this, and I want to know if there could be a mistake or something like that, because for the unlicensed.
Well, I'm confused about like what was a mistake?
Because this is gonna be my second offense if this hiring unlicensed. From last time, I learned my mistake, and I never do hire anybody unlicensed.
Okay, so can I ask you a question? I want to ask you a question so we don't have to go back and forth, because we've had you here before. So my question to you is, when the inspector walked in and the person that was performing the pedicure, what happened to them?
I wasn't there. So from basically, when I talked to my technician that worked there that day, they said that like nothing like that happened.
Who was the inspector that went in and saw the person go out the door and they looked for them?
I do not know the inspector, because I do not speak to them and I do not know.
Okay, I'm just talking to the staff. Can you help us with that, staff?
Sure, it was Inspector Lopez. I think she's on the call.
Okay, can we hear from you, Inspector Lopez?
Hello, sorry about that. So give me 1 second. This was for
Pink nails.
Pink nails. That I had walked in to the location, and as soon as I walked in, there was a lady giving a pedicure, and then she had gotten up and exited the back. I spoke with the manager that day about about what had happened, and he admitted that the lady who was performing the pedicure was unlicensed.
Okay. That's all we need to hear.
Yes.
We have the rest of the notes in the documentation here. It shows that you talked to the individual and he pretty much apologized for it.
He did, yes. And he admitted, that they did exit the back. And I said, that shows that the person, who was performing the pedicure was unlicensed. And he agreed, he didn't deny it. And he apologized.
Okay, I see that. I read that too. Okay, so you have anything else to say to the board before we call for a motion?
Because I speak to that person and he told me a totally different story. You know what I mean? He said that nothing like that happened. And he told me that because I wasn't there, I know better not to do that. And then he told me something like that. I do not know, because right now you say, I want to know better understanding, and I will talk to them, and I would, can I put another hearing and bring him on or something like that?
Well, you can do that. We can postpone this to the next meeting. But I think what some of the problem is going to be is the person that was actually performing the service. When they see the inspector come in, they got up and left, and she followed them, and they left out the building.
Yeah, but that's the problem with me, because I do not allow anybody to do that at my salon.
Yeah, because when you're not there, sometimes.
I'm not there. And then the person she says speak to, I speak to I guess his name is Ryan, and he told me like, no, nothing like that.
I know,
like,
but,
that's why I don't
but Pink Nails, let me explain something to you. And I think that this is something that you need to hear when we're not there. You know, a lot of times people say one thing, but the inspector actually walked in while the person was performing the service. Were you aware of that?
No, I was not.
Yeah, they were performing the service when she walked in.
When I have citation, I pay, but this one, I do not give permission or anything like that to anybody in my salon to do that. And I don't know what happened that day. So like, if you can give me time, I find out and I talk to my staff about it and you know, find out the truth. Because this, I don't want this to be in my record for something that I'm not doing.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, is it gonna be Dixon and then Baltazar?
What happens in her salon, she's responsible for, regardless whether she's present or unpresent. Who she has working in there is our business if they're licensed or unlicensed.
I understand that.
And so we can't, I don't feel that it's our business to tell you that what this other person did that's working for you. That's not what we do. That's not what we're here for. We are here to assess the fines, assess the other, and I wanted to ask a couple of questions on that because I've noticed that there's 2 citations here, 2 separate ones. There's failing to maintain cosmetics and other preparations, and allowing an unlicensed individual, that's the $1,500 fine. There's a $200 fine on an expired license. Was your license expired at that time?
No, my license is current.
Is there a reason we have that? I'm asking the staff that question for the $200.
Second, and this was for end of May.
Okay. Oh, no, maybe this wasn't in the right, maybe it might be something else. Okay. It may be something else.
Well, it looks like that person that was actually there working was only working there for 2 days, and maybe we made a mistake. Maybe it's because the person was licensed in another state.
Yeah.
Because the person had a license, but they didn't have a Nevada license.
Right. That's what the inspector said. And also there was MMA on there.
Yeah.
They found that too. Did you
Yeah.
have pictures on that?
So that's a license for failing to maintain cosmetic preparations.
Okay, is that the 200?
Unlicensed is second offense, 1,500, and MMA is 100.
Okay, so that's the 1,600. Okay, all right, it's been clarified.
Okay, I've seen that. Go ahead, Baltazar.
Yeah, just to piggyback off of what Board Member Dresser said, you know, we don't get into the nuances of how you manage your staff or their honesty or dishonesty. These were the facts that were provided to us. And, you know, although I'm not opposed to postponing this so you can collect information, I don't think it will change much, to be quite frank.
Okay. All right, can I call for a motion, please? Any other questions or comments from any of the other board members? Okay, can I entertain a motion?
Member
Yes, ma'am.
Ditzler, or, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I make a motion that we uphold the petition or the citation for $1,600 for Pink Nail Spa, S11668.
Board Member
Harris.
Douglas. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carried.
But
So
may
you want,
I ask, because the fine, the State Board give me was $1,000, now it's $1,500. I see, like, they're very confusing, you know what I mean?
it's gonna be more and more every time. It's gonna be
No,
more
but
the next time. It's like $2,000 or $2,500. Every time the state walks in there and somebody's in there working that doesn't have a license, the fine is gonna increase more and more, and then you have to come back to the board for further action.
But is that true that she working that day, you know what I mean? Because this is not right.
Actually, she worked there for 2 days. She was there working. She was there working, ma'am, for 2 days.
How you know? Because I was there. If it, you say
You just said you wasn't there.
Not there on that day when the State Board come, but you know, I come, I check with them, I talk to them every day.
Right. So you might want to go back and have a conversation with them, but the board
Okay.
staff can take care of whatever the issues are, but I would probably have a conversation with them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're almost done. The next agenda item is election of board officers for discussion and possible action. The board to vote on the following officer positions: president, vice president, and secretary treasurer. Okay. Go ahead, Baltazar.
I would like to continue under your stewardship, so I would like to nominate you for president, and those are my nominations.
I accept. Can I get a motion for, do we do it all at once, Attorney Dag, or do we do individually?
It's best to do each category individually for each, so for there to be a separate vote for the president, vice president, secretary, treasurer.
Okay, so there's a motion to, for me to be president, Gwen Bramo. Is there a second?
Board Member Douglas, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion for vice president?
Board Member Ditzler, I'll make the motion for Brian Baltazar as vice chair.
Is Board Member Douglas, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Does he accept?
Oh.
He has to accept it.
No, he has to accept first. Do you accept, Baltazar?
I do. I didn't know when I spoke.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The next position is secretary treasurer.
Is Board Member Douglas, I like to elect Kathy.
I'll accept.
All right. Can I get a second?
I'm Baltazar, a second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you.
The monthly financial reports for discussion, the board to review. Can I get a motion to, have you guys reviewed those monthly financial reports? Anybody have any questions for the interim director or, no. Andrew, are you in the room?
Andrew is working currently on the annual audit. So
Oh,
he said
okay,
he'd
so
be
he
glad
don't
to
need-
answer questions if you have any though.
Oh, okay. I reviewed the reports. I see them all the time, so I don't have any questions. Any of the board members have any questions with the financial reports? Have you had a chance to look at them? You have any questions or concerns? No questions or concerns? Have you looked at them?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so can I get a motion to accept the monthly financial reports for January 22nd, January 2022, February 2022, March 2022, and April 2022?
This is board.
Go ahead.
This is board member Douglas. I'd like to accept the monthly financial report for January, February, March, and April of 2022.
Can I get a second?
Member Ditzler, I will second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We're going down to comments from the general public. The board will entertain comments from the general public for any item that's published or not published on the Cosmetology State Board's agenda. No action can be taken unless it's on the agenda. Comments should be limited to 3 minutes or less. Okay, so we'll start with Nancy Peppers because she's been there with her hand for a while.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I just had a few concerns. I wanted to know what was going on from the last town hall meeting and to know there was something on there about how many is needed for a quorum and how many of you were actually at the town hall meeting. That's my comment.
Okay. So I think I can kind of answer a little bit of that. And then if I need some help, the staff can take it from there. It was just two of us. It wasn't a forum because it was nothing that we were going to be voting on. And it was 2 board members present. And we did get a lot out of the meeting, and the staff is now working on the proposed. I think there's going to be another workshop. To finalize it, can we have interim director or Lauren or Janie? I'm not sure who is going to speak on this. What's our next step?
The next step would be to do a small business impact survey for the NAC change. So we'll be working on that pretty soon.
Do you know about how long it will take for us to get that out to them so that we can try to get it into regulation as soon as possible?
Should be able to get the survey posted, depending on how much time we want to give people to respond.
There's pretty extensive changes.
Yeah.
It's not just, you've gotten a look at it. It's not just advanced aesthetics. There's it's a complete rewrite of a lot of items. So we need to give everybody time to look it over. We need to figure out how wide a net we cast for the small business statement. And if it's possible to even, one of the things we're looking at is if we can give the proposed changes in advance and just gather comments. So we're trying to just figure what gets us the most feedback and gets everyone most involved. So we're working with, we'll be working with Dag Harris for some insight on that. And we'll get it posted to the website. We'll mass email it, that kind of thing.
Okay, so let me ask you this question too. So once we, because I know it's pretty extensive, once we complete that particular document, so does that document, when do you do the survey in conjunction with working on the document, since the survey is going to be mainly for the expanding the scope of esthetician and the scope that's proposed scope of expanding esthetician and proposed scope of what the advanced aesthetic look like. Because I think that some of the issue is the estheticians want to be able to know ahead of the time what it's going to look like. So how will they get an overview before the board members get an overview?
So you'll get overviews at the same time. And once you see it, we're not locked into it in any sense. You're mandated to have at least one workshop where you submit comments, feedback, that kind of thing. But it's very likely we'll have a number of those. So people will be able to give feedback on different parts of it. We can revise it, rewrite it as we need to until we reach a point where the board feels that we've done as best we can to accommodate as many people as we can. I'm sure not everyone's going to be pleased because that's just how the odds are. But it'll be worked on enough times that we try to get as many people on board as we can until the board feels like we've done the best we can and we need to submit this to the LCB for vote.
Okay, because we know that legislation is starting in January, and what we don't want to see is that we got a lot of opposition in legislation. We want to be able to have our documents already there to submit, so we can discuss that further at another time. But I think that if we could get that proposed document before our next board member in October, we can already have it filed with LCB before January.
Yeah, we can sure aim for that. And the thing to keep in mind too, we're talking about staff making NAC changes, any NRS changes like actual to the law. We'll be working with hopefully our new lobbyist to work on getting that in front of someone to support it. Same deal, we'll run it past the licensees, get feedback, that sort of thing, before it goes to our lobbyist and goes to a law change. But we're working on it from all angles, so we're making some progress.
Okay, because I know Deputy AG had some good ideas with regulation, that we can take some things into regulation and it doesn't have to go through that. While we're still going through that other process, I personally would like to see something done through regulation where the estheticians can know what they can be doing and what they can't to get, so they continue to work, because it's already July. I don't want us to have to wait till December, January for them to figure it out, what they can do and what they can't.
While the board definitely, and this is Dag Harris for the record, while the board definitely has its ideal time frame, as the interim director kind of spoke about, it's about, and what I also reiterated, it's about trying to get through as many issues as possible, but done correctly so that there isn't continuing ongoing issues going into 2023. While the board has its goals as to where it wants to meet, even something as what would appear as regulation changes is going to have to be quite extensive, because there's a lot of confusion thrown around with SB 291 that I, alongside, will assist the board in making those changes. So I just want the board to be mindful that while we are definitely aware of concerns that licensees have with the #1 duty to the public, it's all about getting any changes done correctly and not under a rush. So
no, I totally agree, but I don't think it's rushing. I don't think that's a big act with 7 months, but 6 more months. I mean, how many months we got left before January? So I don't think it's a rush.
Right, it's definitely I'm not disputing that it's unreasonable, but you know, it's going to be quite a lot to unpack. And I'm not saying that it's impossible to see the intended goals be met. It's just something for everybody to just be mindful of. We're just trying to get it done right to the best of our for the board's ability with the time constraint that is under.
Okay, Euphoria.
Hello, Gwen. I think you've already answered my question. That was also what I was interested in knowing, is where we were after the workshop. I thought we were going to discuss some items today. Yeah, it sounds like you guys are moving in the direction to get things taken care of. So I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah. That's what I just kind of wanted to make sure that everybody that was on the call kind of have an understanding of where we are, that we are working on it. It will be like another, I guess, a workshop to look over the information before Well, I can talk offline, but I just didn't want to be able to, I'll talk to staff.
Okay.
And if I could, this is Katie, sir, if I could add to that, everyone, so thank you if you were at town hall, and thank you if you submitted any public comment. It has been uploaded as a supporting document to that, to the town hall agenda. So we've taken everything into consideration, like literally every public comment, every open comment at all these meetings, and tried to incorporate that in the NAC change. So hopefully when that document does get published, keep in mind, it'll be published as a draft. Everything is changeable. We really tried to keep in mind everything you guys put forth. So I hope that you'll see that reflected. And if you don't, or you don't think it's reflected clearly enough, we'll have more rounds of public comment and we'll revise the NAC as we go. So I just want everyone to rest assured that we did consider everyone's input.
Okay. Thank you, Leah.
Thank you, guys.
So is it, I think that kind of answered everybody's pretty much question. Is there any other public comment before we go to the board members, public comment?
Yes, I do. I have a comment.
Okay, go right ahead. You want to state your name?
Eleanor Palmer. I was at the town hall meeting. I did speak there too, but my question at the town hall meeting is, I'm a cosmetologist. I did get my advanced aesthetic license, but I have two separate licenses now. Am I going to have to pay for two separate licenses? And I asked that at the town hall meeting, and you guys didn't have an answer. So I'm just wondering if you came up with an answer on that, because I'm going to have to pay double now to have two licenses.
Yeah,
I think
the
that's
answer to your
something that we
question
still have to look into.
Yeah, the answer to your question is right now, yes, it is two separate licenses, but we are working to revamp our system entirely, and we're looking diligently at being able to combine that into one license. So part of it is being able to track you, keep that as one license, but we also understand that that's an additional fee, an additional license you're carrying, so it is absolutely on our list of things to combine them, so you'll only have to pay for one license and carry one license going forward that covers both your Cosmo and all of advanced aesthetics. So
Okay.
I need to have that done sooner than the NAC even, but it's partly a system issue, it's partly a tracking issue. So there's a lot of things that we're just trying to get together to be able to like give you that one license.
And I think also too, is we got to work out the inspection issue. Because if a person has dual license, from my understanding, if they were, I'm gonna say you were an esthetician, a cosmetologist and an advanced esthetician, you have to be able to practice in a room that has the advanced, and then the inspection have to be able to distinguish, you know, how do you, if you're in a private suite and you're doing hair, you have an advanced license, how we inspect?
Sure, so that's part of the system issue that we'd be talking about. It would have to be rebranded. Your Cosmo would have to be like, I'm making this up, but C-AE, so we know it covers both, that kind of thing. And you'd hope it would be as simple as just creating a new number. Unfortunately, it's not. We have 30,000 that we have to fold over. But no, I remember that comment specifically. I have that jotted down on my short term.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, it's something that we're keeping in mind and we're really working to find.
Well, mine's not due to 2023. My birthday's in next week, so it's not due to the following year. So I'm okay with that. And then there was also mention of the medical directors, and there was a couple of things that have come up and just in passing with people that I know. Certain machines have been regulated and some haven't. And so I'm just curious of what the standing is on that. Can we petition or just send something to the state board saying this is what I use? Does it warrant a medical director? I know a laser does. I know that's, already a given, but I've heard ultrasound cavitation was okay. Certain machines, I've had people that I've known that have gotten approval for these things. So where does that stand?
Yes, if there's a device that you aren't sure if you need or don't need a medical director for, you can always contact the board and we can give you guidance on that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
But can I ask this question too? Will it be something that they have to have a medical director for now, then they won't have to have a medical director for that later on? So how do we answer that question? How do we make that decision?
So right now too, and Jeannie can probably elaborate, the items that we're very confident are gonna need a medical director now and going forward are items like the use of a laser and like body contouring. And that's correct, right, for most part?
Okay.
So we're really trying to focus on the things so people aren't having to make giant changes. You know, you don't want to bring a medical director on unless for sure you're going to need that person later, because I'm sure these folks are signing long-term contracts or at least over a year, 2 years.
Right.
Yeah, so we're working to just really focus on the items that we know aren't going to change. And we got the feedback at town hall that folks felt that the use of a laser obviously needed medical oversight. And we're looking into nuances of body contouring, but by and large, the thought is that will need medical oversight. So we're kind of trying to keep things in certain pockets and hopefully less services need that medical oversight, and just the ones that really have potential to go south will have that director.
Yeah, because it's very expensive for us to get into a contract and then you guys change it. And then we're like, oh God, we don't need a medical director now. Now you have to pay this, pay this to this doctor that's doing nothing for me other than he's the medical director. So.
But Eleanor, I can say this, that board staff and board has been working diligently. Staff has been working overtime to try to get to the bottom of it throughout what's happening throughout the country.
Okay.
And to make it where estheticians will be able to continue to make their living.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, so all we have now is any comments from any of the board members before we adjourn that meeting. I do have a comment. I'm just trying to figure out what are we going to do with the unlicensed activity and the students on this exam that can't pass it and the cheating, and it's just getting worse. Okay, yes. Balthazar, go right. I'm sorry. Then he must have something to say about it too.
Oh no, my comment can wait because it's completely unrelated.
Okay, go right ahead. Can somebody help me with that one?
Yeah, so one thing that I think we will see a downtick in the cheaters, thankfully or unfortunately, is all the folks who were caught cheating were cheating at the board office. Why that was attractive to them, I'm not sure. But now when you go to the testing location, I don't want to say you're patted down, but I mean, you're put through it. Like they treat it like a standardized exam. So I think there's going to be much discouraged from cheating. There's cameras, there's a full-time proctor. They can dedicate more services to it. So I don't think we've had anyone cheat at this facility yet, and that's been since March. Since March. So it seems to be improving.
Okay.
They'll keep that way.
Good, because I'm like, it's getting worse. Okay, Balthazar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, I wasn't at the town hall, so I'm not sure if this particular issue had been brought up, but it has been brought up previously in a board meeting where a petitioner or a member of the public was asking why isn't an advanced aesthetics licensee holder part of the board. And I don't know if I know we already have a lot on our plate, but I would like that conversation to maybe start happening. Whether we do want to consider incorporating an advanced aesthetics licensee on the board to be fully representative of the new licensee holders. That I would like to see a conversation develop around that idea.
Thank you for your comment. But what I think that the esthetician is advanced. She's in the process of getting licensed now.
Oh, perfect.
So we will have an advanced esthetician on the board.
Member Ditzler, I just have a short comment. I'd like to just show a little recognition towards the staff. They've really stood up through this turmoil of the things that we've been going through the last couple of months. And I think they've stepped up and they're really doing a fabulous job. And I just wanted to make sure that they're recognized for it.
They're doing an excellent job. And they have been standing up, and I think we all as board and everybody's on the call really appreciate the staff. You guys are doing an excellent job, because it's a lot. I can't imagine. I know what I'm getting, and I didn't have anything to do with any of it. So I can imagine what you guys are doing, what's happening with you. So my hat's off to you. And congratulations, team. You guys are doing a good job. Seems like it's a good fit working together. Any other comments? Any comments from you, Deputy AG? You've been kind of rolling with us with this too.
Yeah, you can't be asleep on the wheel with Cosmo. You can't. But I definitely have to say that it's a continued honor to be able to work with this board of, not discounting Andrew, but full of powerful women. Everyone is inspired. Everyone is so inspiring. Everyone is knowledgeable on it. And if anything, it just shows, I think, to the public just how diligent this board is. And it's more, and definitely it's a board staff without question.
Yeah, hands up. Thumbs up. Do board staff have anything to say?
No, we appreciate you guys, and this was a big meeting. We appreciate all of our estheticians and soon to be advanced estheticians. This has been hard on everyone. And I know you guys are anxiously awaiting change, and we're just really hoping to give it to you. But as Dag Harris said, we hope to give you change in a way that makes sense and that we can all respect. So we're trying not to rush it, but we really have put a number of hours on it. So we hope that once you see the first draft, it'll at least give you something to think about and us all to work with, and everybody can keep making money and have less stress of overhead. And I totally get everyone's hardship. So we're just trying to do good by all our licensees, and we appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah, I think so. I appreciate that, Leah. That was very well said. And we want to make sure that they'll be able to continue to practice their craft that they were licensed for and spent thousands of dollars to be trained, and to be able, it's not going to be a perfect fit. We're not going to be able to make every single person happy, but I think that we'll be able to make the majority of the people will be happy and comfortable with this expansion of scope once it comes to reality. That's all I have. Any other
question?
Okay, go right ahead.
I wanted to know the lady in the back in front of Leah, what is her name?
Oh, right to about Pam?
Right behind me.
Hi, Miss Amita.
No, the blonde.
Oh, Janie.
That's Janie. Do all the board members know all the board staff?
Probably not.
Okay, so can we have a roll call with a raise of hands?
Janie Huggins, way in the back over here. Nice to meet you. Bertha Jackson.
You guys hear enough from me. I'll pass it to Pam.
Hola.
Okay. All right. Okay, well, thank you guys. I wanted to call this meeting to adjourn. The time is 1:27 p.m. The date is 7/11/2022. Can I get a motion?
I make a motion, Member Ditzler, to adjourn this meeting.
Can we get a second?
Board Member Douglas, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Have a great day.
You too.
Bye-bye.